Live chat. Share the link. Go. Let's see if how the ads are. Let's see. I might turn off ads for streams. We'll see. We'll have the ruler out. I can't believe I didn't know that my patrons first, just like the riff raff me first. That would have been an amazing Patreon reward. You get to be first. You're about to ask who picked Adder. You just failed a 97% 2-hit KO infantry on infantry in the Sammy mirror. Oh no. Who wins the death battle between Ruler and Apple? That's a close one. Probably Apple, because the Ruler gets stuck and then the Apple can like do some sort of roll and throw. The Adder pick is certainly unexpected. It's going to happen. The plan currently is for it to start on the 20th, which I should add to the tournament page. So, in like a week and a half-ish. Hello again. Hello. An AMA to ask me anything. I can do one of those, I guess. Hey, Flaw Dog. I've added some classical music to the playlist because DPSI was complaining about how much electric swing there was. We'll see if if it comes up. You already have your Commander Wars waifu for this tournament. Who are you going to be playing? You must stay silent. It's going to be interesting to see if Gina just absolutely breaks any map, since she can build her super weapons on cities. And for instance, like Caustic Finale doesn't have an airport, but then she gets she can still build a plane. I mean, that's her only day-to-day, though. And the other COs in that tier definitely have very, very strong day-to-days. So it'll be interesting to see. You think Gina is overrated unless the map is high income? I can understand why you would think that. Being able to build on a city on the front kind of helps. Because if you like delay your purchases to get a super weapon, you're not being hurt because you don't have to build it from your base and then walk to the front. You just build it on the front. But we'll see. The other tier 1 COs are monsters in their own right. Her superpower, well, yeah, her superpower when she has all 3 super weapons. I do play Wargroove. Well, sort of. I played in their last 2 tournaments. And I've played a little bit of the campaign. I'll definitely be checking out Wargroove too, though. You're not so sure about 2 airports about 5 tiles from each other? Yeah, the 2-star ignore 10 points of damage it's pretty good. That is true. She would destroy high funds. I mean, we'll see, we'll see. It will be quite the tournament. I'll be interested to see how many people like Ralph, I think, is the one who can push people around. Okay, I can got like 14 viewers, it says, so I can start up soon. Maybe you had time to play live. They're a bit slow right now. Steeler, are you talking about this map? Yeah, he is. He's just taken from Into the Breach, which is a great game. The only thing about I wish Into the Breach had better replayability to it. Penguins are cool. Thank you, thank you. Oh, do Caustic Finale, but city/com towers or airports. Gotcha. You have 50 hours in it? That's pretty good. I have like... I think I only have like 20 in it, but their other game, Faster Than Light, FTL, that game sucks up hours. That has a lot of replayability. Yeah, there's been a few maps where they replaced all the cities with airports. It does cause some problems. Yeah, her normal power is very strong. Yeah. You have to be very careful against Nadia's normal power. If she starts capping something and you don't have something next to it to attack, then you just can't do diddly squat. She kind of has 2 supers. But yeah, it gives her some really dangerous HQ cap potential. FTL is really good. The roguelike that I ended up playing a ton of was The Binding of Isaac back in the day, watching Northern Lion with his daily Binding of Isaac uploads. There is a no CO option if you want to. Wouldn't recommend it though. Having the boats move on treads is very, very strong. Used to do that too, Starflash? Nice, nice. He does everything now, yeah. I know he does. He really focuses on streaming, which is very understandable. That's what I'm doing too. But he doesn't even play Binding of Isaac anymore. He finally moved on. I think every now and again he might. Okay, I can jump into the replay now. Okay, so this is the Fog on-site tournament, the Smacky Cup, I believe. And this is the round 1 map made by Lost and Found, one of the prolific map creators in the Advanced Wars by Web community. I know, exactly, Inkagark. Everyone debating whether to go Sammy, Kindle, or Lash on this map. And this absolute madman comes out of nowhere with the Adder pick. Yeah. So you guys might recognize this person's name because they were actually my round 1 in the Standard Cup as well. So they got super unlucky and they faced me round 1 in 2 different cups. Even Walker noticed and he was shaking his head at the RNG. And yeah, I was expecting to fight a Sammy here, and I was going to go for a heavy push for my 1 base to try and lock down and take out the infantry base using Lash's superior firepower and these very nice terrains. So I could set up an artillery here and have like a recon rush with an artillery follow-up. Artillery is a really safe path. It goes to this forest and then to this forest, and then assuming I've controlled the area, I can go right there. Super lucky, you mean? But yeah, against Adder, I decided not to do that. Well, I sort of do, but my opponent kind of plays around it a bit. I'd be kind of relying on the fact that Sammy's going to try and fight for this stuff, and then Lash with like recons can just gobble everything up. So seeing this this tier difference where I'm playing Lash against Adder in tier 4, Mr.Greensuit, who just entered the chat here, said that I should be banned from building tanks. Yeah, you asked me to do a no tank challenge, and I did end up doing the no tank challenge. So I do not build a single tank this game. However, my opponent, who not only is picking down a tier against me, also never builds a tank. So my no tank challenge to try and like even out the playing field a bit just gets completely one-upped by my opponent. Spoilers, I know. It's not mean. It's because picking down a tier. But yeah. Anyway, here we're going to go into it. My plan was recon opener from here, win over this area, lock down, take over the missile platform, and lock down this base. While just kind of brawling using my superior firepower over here, hopefully bleeding their 1 base dry. And I was going to delay my approach into the middle. I feel like on this map you can either try and fight into this very contested area around the comm tower, or you can go into the middle very quickly and get this airport rolling and get some nice economy that way. Aw, I'm sorry about that, Saxy. Okay. Here I'm going straight to the middle with this guy, straight to the base. We have these recons here overlooking both of these bases, so we're going to know what the other person builds every single turn. Of course, as Lash here, if I put a Lash or Kindle, I guess, put an artillery on this city, just one-shots the recon, which is pretty nice. Another thing to keep in mind is as Lash, if I have one comm tower and the artillery's in this wood, these woods, either of these really, it can 2-shot this pipe seam, which is really nice. If you were playing as Kindle, you'd have to go into like one of these cities, which is a little bit out of the way. But it's really handy for Lash that you can just go to this forest, which is already on your way to the front lines, and just pause for a little bit to break the pipe seam and give you much faster reinforcements towards the middle and even up here. Okay, here we go. Both of these guys kind of doing the exact same thing as what I'm going to be doing here. And right now, this is very awkward for Adder because he can move here and hit me, but I have way better firepower, and this infantry will be able to just kind of like move over onto the comm tower at once, and then this one will replace and just take him out. And I'll just start getting a advantage in the unit count if we have an infantry brawl like this. Although it will slow down both of our economies. Do you want to break that pipe seam? I think you do. I think you do. It does technically give your opponent an extra avenue to attack, but your opponent's going to lock you down from across these mountains. So you're going to want to have that maneuverability to attack up here with vehicles. So you can see here my opponent decides not to try and contest this capture and just goes for their own over here. And then they also don't try and go for this capture. They go for these ones right away, which I think is the right move because Lash is just going to win any of these early game battles around these properties. Okay, make a stream announcement. Oh, I should do that in the Discord. Yeah, I can do that. Okay. Here, I'll go for this capture, and I'm going to send this guy over here to go down for this airport really quickly. You can see going for a recon very fast, because this is going to be an infantry-only base, and it's going to very quickly run out of captures to go for. So I'd like to have a unit early on that can kind of wreck these infantry in fights, especially when there's so much of this very nice recon terrain, missile platforms, roads, comm tower, city. And here my opponent, I think, makes a mistake, because this is going to cost them a lot when it comes to their income. They're canceling a capture that they've started already, and then they're also injuring both of their units here to hurt this. So that's also going to slow down how much they can, or how quickly they're going to be capturing cities after this fight. So even though I end up taking more damage here, because their damage is spread out between two infantries, it's going to slow down their income a lot more. And also they have no chance of actually killing this guy, because there's no comm towers for Adder, so there's a 0% chance. That attack would be a lot better if they were Sammy. Exactly. I think they went for this because with their recon, they saw my infantry walk over here into the forest, so they knew it wasn't protecting this guy. So like, this is my opportunity to attack. But it would have been a lot better to just finish this capture, go for this capture, and then build some sort of vehicle to go vehicle and then infantry strike to beat me up on these cities. Yeah, if you were Sammy, this would be a lot better. For one, you'd kill this infantry, which is nice, but also 7 health and 9 health. They'd be healthier than that, but 7 health and 9 health don't lose turns on captures as Sammy. I don't know why my opponent is Adder. My theory was that they saw the double airports and they saw how strong mech spam would be from this infantry-only base, and so they wanted the Adder for that. But I don't know why they chose Adder. It's definitely a rough uphill battle. You see here, I'm going for the double recon. Now, see, they have to go back. So this capture would have been finished last turn, but instead it's going to take 3 more turns, which hurts a lot. And now they are starting to control this area. I don't have vision of this guy. Just barely out of vision, so my recon can't hit him. And then here, I noticed that my opponent really isn't pressuring me down here, which makes me think that they're going for the central properties. So instead of going for this corner right away, I'm going to try and rush over here and get this airport faster. So I have a source of production and presence in the center where I think my opponent's heading. And my opponent on this mountain was a very nice position that sees my recon sneak into this forest, which will incentivize these infantry to get out of here even more. And this is very... So I'm not going for these cities right now, but since my opponent had to go back here and has to kind of attribute... He has to go for these backwards captures anyway, I just decided to step forward and take this city. Try and dodge the vision. It also would probably just work out well for me if these guys decided to stop capturing and attack again, since now I have backup infantry. So indeed, my opponent is going for these faster central properties. This must have sucked to see, because these guys they were just being used to interrupt. Okay, we have the artillery, we have the mech. Of course, I get to see these, which means I know that my opponent's buys from this base must have been at most a mech, maybe a recon. So not like a huge threat, especially not like an artillery, which I'd want to be wary of an artillery, of course, because it can move into like this forest, which is a very strong position, flanked by two of their own cities and then the mountain in the back, and also the threat of breaking down this pipe seam and having even more presence in the center. I need to be wary of. So every turn I'm checking to see what the health of this pipe seam is. See if it's being struck. And my injured infantry is still doing a great job. Steps onto this mountain, gives me some very good intel on my opponent's moving towards this airport right now. And then my recon's moving forward. I think I actually messed up here. I wanted to get more vision about where the infantry placements were kind of over here, but I didn't really need it. I should have moved him over here so that the recon has better access to interrupting properties. Or not onto the city, but near the city. Because now there's a mech here, and it's going to be able to guard any of these infantry very easily from this forest. So the recon will have to move on to this area to do some harassment, but it's got this forest in the way. So at most it can move to here. Where if it was on the other side, it could go all the way over to these cities. And having a double recon team means that if there's ever a vulnerable infantry to hit, you can send your further back recon to hit it, and then that will give you more vision for your further forward recon to take another hit. Or they can just gang up and one-shot or two-shot infantry on cities, which is pretty nice. And there's no risk of these guys getting caught out because I know all of the production on this side. So I know how vulnerable the front is to harassment. A nice little boost over here. The very awkward infantry walk that we're both going to have to do. Sturm would love this map. Okay, we got more mechs. Making sure to have lots of vision and trying to stay protected against this recon. Get the comm tower. Very happy. And now I'm going to... I believe I'm going to start just moving into the center and try and intercept some of these capturing guys rather than try and go for this comm tower. So now these two recons are kind of buddy-buddy. Okay, we're backing up a little bit here. I don't want to overextend. Because I think this side's going to be really strong for me as Lash, especially once I break this pipe seam. So I don't want to have to force myself to heavily invest on this side and make me incredibly weak on this side, which is already looking kind of sparse since both recons headed off into the center. This map with tier 1 was suggested, but be way too silly. Okay. My recon gets to live another turn. Poor adder here. Or mechs and infantry. Kind of moves over here. Got a mech backing this all up. You can see economically I'm very far ahead. At the end of adder's turn, I've got 16k to 15k. So even with adder kind of going for the center faster, the domination over the contested properties has worked out in my favor, and now that the double recons are in the center, they can start ruining his day even more, or their day even more. As you see here, a very nice interrupt brings it down to 4, so that means even if it just stands there and goes for the capture again, it's not threatening to finish it next turn. And I get to one-shot the recon using Lash's day-to-day. And then I'm going to immediately build a battle copter, because if I can attack this lone base with a ground force and an air force, it's going to have a very, very hard time defending, because it only has a single base to build from. So against the copter, they're going to want to build an anti-air, but if I bring in some artillery and like a medium tank even, then they're going to want to build something that's not an anti-air. But they're going to be caught in between those two units. But of course, I normally just do that with tanks, but this is a no tank game, so I'm just gonna build an anti-air instead. And here I'm gonna move forward and attack. This was just to put some pressure on the base, but I'm not a huge fan of this. It's like it stops the 2-hit attack with the infantry down here on this comm tower, but I think it would have been better to just play a little bit more patient there. Just wait like one more turn for the copter to move up and for the mechs to come over. This is something I tend to kind of struggle with in my games, is just coordination, where I have a plan of attack and then I just like pull the trigger a turn too soon. It's not a very tank heavy map. Although tanks in the center would be pretty nice. And tanks attacking the one base. I mean, that's pretty good. So recon comes down here, interrupts this capture. We have mech, infantry takes out my infantry. Holding the line. I need to be a patient penguin. It's true. Okay, here for my opponent, I think they should just retreat instead of standing and trying to fight me. Down a comm tower and against Lash. And we have a recon first strike over here. I think that's okay. Puts pressure on this guy, and I think makes it so I might not be able to two-shot a capping infantry. It does leave this recon a little vulnerable though, since it's on the plains next to a missile silo. I think this was probably better as a join cap, just so the 6 health recon isn't actually able to stop it. Center does have instant reinforcement copters, which will mean that your opponent's going to bring in anti-air, so you'd want to go copter tank to win it. I know. Yeah, it's true. Put the infantry inside the black boat, so it's going to repair inside there, be nice and safe. Okay, artillery's on its way. Go for some captures. Bring the anti-air into the center. 2 penguins work together. I'm not sure why. Oh, I see. Okay. I attacked from this side because I didn't want the recon to be able to get involved. and they're protected by the anti-air here in case the copter tries. Okay, so I can interrupt with the injured recon and then take a nice recon versus recon shot with plus 40% firepower thanks to being Lash. I also break the pipe seam this turn, so now the anti-airs from this base can either go straight into the middle or they can even just go up and straight up, or out and straight up into this infantry only base, or foot soldier only base, I should say. It's erroneous. And here I'm gonna start being a patient penguin. I'm just gonna sit here on the mountain. I could fall back, but I'm not too worried about 2 adder infantry without a comm tower trying to fight my penguin on the mountain as Lash when I have some backup too. Okay, so the copter comes in and hits this recon. There was this was of course set up so I could hit the copter from either of these sides. The idea is that the anti-air can't defend these 2 sides, but this one has the recon on it. I wasn't sure if my opponent would want to move that right now because of how much vision it provides. And then the other side is the city, which I thought my opponent wouldn't abandon to hit from because they're going to want to finish capturing it. Okay, and then they move forward and take this guy out. My poor 4 health infantry. Recon goes on the missile platform, stops me from taking the comm tower. Gives a first strike on my mech on the mountain. Gets a boost with this mech to protect this recon. And then with adder power, it is also protecting the copter. Unfortunately sees my anti-air after attacking here. And then builds another copter. I wasn't sure where this artillery was going. I thought it might go into the middle because of how much pressure I'm putting on there. But it does actually, I do believe it comes over here to try and pressure my 1 base. So I'll kill off this copter. Start marching towards these other cities in the back. And I'm going to clear out as many of the infantry from this 1 base as I can, as well as opening up the comm tower. Reveal the mech in the forest while also being really annoying and threaten to actually take this city from him and from them. I can bring this artillery over. This recon can see it, but my opponent doesn't have a great way of actually hitting it other than the infantry right here or here. And it actually protects this this side of the city capture. I think I probably should have killed this recon off first, although I think this one sees anyway. Yeah, it does. So now the pressure's on for this 1 base. Copter's attacking, which either is going to force the copters from the middle to try and cover against, or there'll have to be anti-airs built, and then the mechs and artillery will be able to kind of fight against that. And then I get my artillery nicely situated in this very defensive forest. Very hard to crack this, especially when you don't have a comm tower. And I build a medium tank because if there's going to be I'm anticipating a very large army of mechs. And medium tanks, especially if they get to fight on a property as Lash, will do a very, very good job at fighting mechs. Always trying to stream before you notice. And I've invested, you can see I've invested 1 more infantry than my opponent has in the backwards captures. This one could go for like all of them, but I wanted to get the, I thought that was too slow. And I didn't need this guy quite in the front lines yet. So we have the adder power, which will give this strike on this anti-air. Ideally, my opponent would then be able to use this copter and maybe, if they had to, an infantry as well to finish off this anti-air. But there's a lot of pressure going on over here. So I think they decide to use it to interrupt this capture. Indeed they do. And then finish him off. I think it was probably better to kill off this anti-air. Low health anti-airs are great for repairing, and they're also really good for finishing off copters. Side slip is pretty good, yeah. Okay. And this is very unfortunate for my opponent because I just got my artillery in position here. But they also have their artillery in position. And we can see it's mech copter spam, which is definitely a viable unit composition as adder, as all of those units benefit nicely from the adder powers. So here you can see the anti-air hits very hard. Doesn't even die. It barely lives at 1. Knocks him down to 6, and then the copter can just finish it off. Bring the recon in, kill off an infantry, bring another copter in, attack the mechs, attack the mechs, attack the mechs, fight, fight, fight. This mech actually does a really good job because the adder powers up and it's on the missile platform. And over here I'm going to make a little bit of a mistake where I'm going to dive in with this anti-air right into artillery range. I could have done a better engagement here, but I wasn't too upset about this since it is going to cost me this anti-air, but most of the killing force that could possibly reach my artillery is going to be taken out anyway, so it's fine. The medium tank can take over, and the artillery is still going to be nice and safe. And I build a replacement anti-air because I'm worried about my opponent potentially bringing in some copters. And of course the anti-airs are going to be very strong against any walling that happens with the infantry and mechs. Which means I build a copter in the middle, and this guy's got a lot of options. Can go over here to try and help, go into the middle and fight. And here I was deciding if I wanted to strike at the mech or if I should just fall back, and I decided to fall back. The artillery's covering this side of him. The recons will be able to dive in and fight any infantry or mechs that come over here because I'm close to the Lash superpower. And with the Lash super, these become Sturm mechs that do a lot of, or Sturm recons that will do a lot of damage. Takes the copter first strike, which gives the side slip. I have all the mechs. Where are all the tanks? Yeah, I have 9 mechs. It's a lot of mechs. And my opponent's been behind in economy, as you can see here, because of kind of missing out on these contested properties. This one's also been kind of denied, and I'm ahead by... Actually, no, I guess we're currently even in the backwards captures. Yeah. Exactly. It's not a blunder, it's a gambit. It's just to get my my Lash super. Okay. Nice play to get a vision. You see the anti-air is really forced here. And this recon moves in, which I think is arguably good. It has to be good. You have a pretty strong presence in the middle. Kill off what you can, get some good intel about it. Go for the captures. Ooh. Using the adder power, the mech actually almost made it to this artillery. I don't know if it was possible to kill off this guy. Looks like it wasn't. Trying to check here. Oh no, this guy can take out him. Yeah, no, it's not going to work. Okay. There, does it? Because this guy takes out this capture. And then a full health with a 5 health. Can try and take this guy out. And then 6 health. Moves here to reveal the artillery. Maybe. Oh, true. You could sacrifice the 1 health mech in to get the mech strike on the artillery. That would probably be the better play. It would hurt me. I think I would still hold this front, but it would have been pretty scary. So here I get to use the Lash super. I'm actually down in unit count here, but still up in unit value. You would expect me to be down in unit count, of course, because it was the end of my opponent's turn. So I get to have my better movement. I make sure to, of course, be very fancy and walk over the mountain. Get to finish off another copter. And then use this copter to block for the artillery locking this base. This is very scary because this is going to be a double comm tower Lash artillery on a city staring at the base. So it almost one-shots infantry on by. I can clear off that city, bring in the medium tank to finish off that mech. I can attack over here. I think I was deciding who I wanted to shoot with this artillery. Bring in the recons. Go for this capture. It's so sad we lose. Even with Lash super, we missed the roll. My opponent actually used this guy to attack last turn, so there wasn't pressure on me right now to stop the capture, so instead I shoot this mech in the back. And double anti-air mech. Can you expect an Advanced Warrior game review in the picture? Even like, oh, I see. Okay. A 2 health mech tries to do the damage. That's a Lash super artillery in the forest though, so it's not gonna take anything. And my opponent does manage to kill off this artillery with the infantry, which means that this copter will be able to hit the other 9 health copter. And then we're in this anti-air is kind of in jail. And at this point, I know I'm going to be able to defend over here. I don't actually get to see this. I don't see the artillery move into these woods. I suspect it, but I don't see it. But at this point, with medium tank and anti-airs coming out, I'm pretty sure I can clean all this up. And the goal is going to be get terrain tactics so that I can easily walk over these mountains and clear the base and then just go stand on it. I mean, I can try and do that as well without terrain tactics, but the plan was to use terrain tactics to do it. Okay, I make a mistake here. I had this all planned out and then I do the wrong spot. So I attacked from this city, which is a mistake. It was probably some automatic attack from the terrain that I'm blocking the mech to strike from and all that stuff. But what I should do is I should attack from here, which was the idea, because I'm going to build a fighter. Because I want this, I'm trying to goad this copter into hitting my copter. And then the fighter comes up and kills off their copter. Instead, I'm still going to build the fighter, because I want to lock down this airport, but I'm no longer covering my own copter. Here I'm going to jump on in. I'm not too worried about the artillery getting a shot now because I have enough vehicles that I can just take it out if it stays around. Take out this recon. finish off this base. The anti-air can come back and kill off my copter, but it does require a base skip into artillery range. Let me just stand there in the way. At this point, my opponent is in a very bad spot. You have Global League games saved. Okay, we have a side slip. I'm not sure what my opponent's plan is at this point. It must revolve around keeping the airport active. This copter somehow survives. My recon goes down. Artillery takes a shot. The mech does 2 damage. Does get an attack off on my artillery here, but then resigns. So it looks like it was going to just try and focus on overwhelming me with battlecopters at the end there. But as you saw, and there's my fighter to deal with the battlecopters. As you saw, not a single tank was built that game. My opponent seems to be enjoying the rifles experience. Which is very funny. I was definitely... I was expecting some tanks at some point, but if there's no tanks in a game, anti-airs become very, very strong. Why no Sammy? So I was going to try and take out Sammy using recons and then an artillery push. We did talk a little bit, but I didn't ask why they chose Adder. AA and recons do the jobs better than tanks here, but tanks beat AAs and recons. Yeah. But that was my round 1. Definitely, I think the center is very important. I think sending recons to the center is very strong, based on how this went. And I think I liked my opponent's idea here of not trying to contest this right away, and instead going for the like fast center, fast airport kind of thing. And then once I have to leave to go for my own center captures, that's the time to strike kind of idea. Well, it's definitely very painful to have to give up the comm towers to your opponents early on. I'm rooting for them too. They definitely have some good ideas. The Adder pick was definitely wild. My fingers are crossed that they're not going to be fighting me again on their first round. Okay. And the next one is... the next replay is going to involve Mr.Greensuit wanting to commentate here. So I'm going to have to... so I can't hear the music. Greensuit returns. All right. Hello, hello.
Hello.
All right. Can everyone hear Mr. Greensuit?
High volume.
I think you can turn it up a little bit. You demand a green suit avatar? You just saw your first ever ad for a Go7 stream. What does it advertise? 'Cause I know the YouTube is often like, you're playing My Little Ponies. We're on Team Green. Raid Shadow Legends.
How about now?
Oh, that sounds pretty good.
As Advanced Warriors, you're still your top donor there at $5.
It says Novus has super chatted $6.90, which I think might be the top.
Nova's at $6.
Canadian.
So the Maleous game, he and I practiced this against you, or with my intention for the game against you, rather.
Oh. Gotcha, yeah.
And I also practiced with Degis too, on some alt accounts.
You guys were prepped and ready.
Yeah, and he does the walk forward too here if you start.
Sure. Here we go. We got Tigris at the top here, playing as Von Bolt, and Maleous playing as Von Bolt as well at the bottom.
I recommend anybody to play turns at high level or tournament games of other people that are playing. It'll help you become a better player for sure. If you play the turn out in the move planner.
Yeah. Are you saying like, oh, before you take your turn, you play it out in the move planner? No.
I'm saying spectate other people's games, and when you see like an interesting turn, try playing it out yourself. I think if you get it good, it'll make you a good player. It's also fun too, and less stress, right?
Yeah, this is true. And Maleous, of course, goes straight for the neutral base here, as one would expect. And here's the walk down to the kind of first turn advantage city capture. As it's
the brokenness is caught on, I think.
Yeah, it's kind of nasty too, because while Maleous can try and contest this by moving this infantry up, the Tigris infantry here can just decide not to go for the center capture and go for one of these other ones, like this capture chain on the left.
That's right.
And then the Maleous infantry doesn't have a capture to go to in response.
It's an automatic lose no matter what you do. Yeah. If you fight it, you lose because you're fighting on poor terrain. If you try to build a recon, I think the other player gets... like, you're just ahead no matter what you do. And yeah, it's basically a free capture. I do not like it. I think those two cities should be pre-captured. Switch them around.
Instead of this city in the back.
Yeah. But we knew about it. I practiced it. The best thing I could think of was to go up the side as the bottom player there. And that's what I tried against you.
This side, yeah. The side with the base.
Yeah, because what'll happen is he'll send less infantry over because he's doing like he's capturing the middle, and then of course he's greedy, so he goes for the top property there.
Yeah.
Instead of going to the airport,
and then
which might be a mistake, but you might have to do it for like money reasons.
Yeah, and then
he goes recon, because the other thing is recon's really strong on this map.
Yeah, look at all the terrains, roads, shoals.
And properties. The entire idea of that recon from that base is to get down to the airport on the bottom there.
Oh yeah, you can test this one.
Yeah, the airport. If you send it all the way to the bottom, airport is a nightmare. Yeah,
because this base is kind of overloaded on what it wants to defend. It needs to defend
the thing is,
the center.
Maleous and I practiced that too, and I came up with a solution for it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But it doesn't come into play because he blunders and does not use his recon correctly. Actually, both of them blunder.
You had plans within plans. It's like Maleous has the response.
I tried everything, man. I tried everything. I couldn't think of a good position for player 2. I just think player 1 is just way better off.
For the center is a big deal. So I see the Maleous does recon response, which does get a nice kind of free hit over here. Like so, kapow. And then goes for the comm
That's
tower.
A mistake. He should not put the recon there to do that attack, I think.
Oh.
No, he should send the recon and sit on the city because it's outside of the range of the other recon.
Oh, you're worried about the recon and recon violence.
Yeah, don't do that.
I guess that's true. It does get to hit from his own city.
But what you want him to do is you want to trick him into going for the other plan, the airport plan that he wants to go for, because you're going to have the solution for it and he won't, I think. So what you do is you go for the city outside of the range, because then you're going to be able to harass the crap out of that airport. But he goes for the strike and he doesn't get punished, I think, if I remember.
Yeah, it does also stop Tigris from building an artillery next turn. We have a second recon. Okay.
Yeah, that's the counter.
That's the counter.
I'm a little bit behind you.
I'm sorry.
The voice is a little bit faster than the stream is all.
Yeah.
Yeah, so here the opponent kind of blunders and he attacks the infantry there instead of just proceeding with the plan.
Mm-hmm. And seeing that strikes the blunder, because now this recon can't make it down to this airport in time.
Yeah, but also because it'll be harassed to death by Maleous's recon. But what it does do is it cuts like 1,000 or 2,000 or whatever it is income, because the infantry is now damaged. And Maleous makes a mistake here. I think he attacks the recon from the road instead of the plains. And I think the idea is he doesn't want him to get away.
That is what I would imagine too. It also sets him up for
But he's getting set up. If he wants to fight back, he can fight off the silo, right? You're giving him counterplay. But the other thing is, if he wants to be cheeky, he can send that recon to kill the infantry, which is not good.
That's true.
I mean, it's not great. It's not like bad for Maleous, because then Maleous can keep killing the recon.
Yeah, I think it would kill. Yeah, the recon would die for that.
I think it would be better if he attacked from the plains, though. It just eliminates that option. Don't give your enemy options if you don't have to.
Yeah, I imagine this strike, the purpose is to go through the lab over here and try and harass this other side, this other front on the side. In case this infantry doesn't finish this capture and just like steps forward. Kind of like what you did against me.
I see what you're saying there, yeah. I don't really know what Maleous is thinking. That might be right. But also, you have another good target there in the middle cities, so you don't really need to go all the way over there.
Yeah. And then I can see the
recon. So now, we see the nightmare happening for Tigris.
Yeah.
He's gonna have the recon just uncontested, murdering everything on the side there.
It basically just forces a tank from this base.
Yeah, you can see how a double recon actually counters the single recon play here. Even if he took that recon and went to the airport, Maleous can just kill it with his own recon. You can't send a tank because the money doesn't match up or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Maleous loaded 3k. Okay, so the recon does go back to finish off this infantry. I guess I kind of like the idea of sending this recon over to the right, because you've already forced this tank on the left, so you're hitting both sides of the map with recons. But I think that you would have to build a mech instead of an infantry on the previous turn.
For which player?
For Maleous here. Just talking about this recon attack from the road again. Where if Maleous's plan is to move over to the right side with that recon, it's hitting both sides of the maps with recons and really straining the opponent's like pool of money. The only thing I'd say to do different is, instead of building an infantry here, if it was a mech, so it's protecting the 4 health.
Yeah, a mech would have been good, but that's also a weakness of the hitting from the road, eh? Because now you're forcing yourself to build a mech when you don't really want to. Although mechs are good here, but nobody ever seemed to use them because the pressure just feels like tight, right? Like you don't have much leeway. If you want to use mechs, you gotta have leeway, like time.
Yeah.
Right. Because
these
if
bases
it's
are
really,
very strained.
if you need immediate needs, it's like you need a tank, right? Or you need a recon or an artillery, right? Something fast.
I wouldn't say this map sucks. I'd say that it definitely has some first
I think it
turn
needs
advantage.
repair. I think
It needs
the
some
map is
repair.
okay, but it needs fixing. I think if you took the middle caps and pre-capped them, and then took the one that is pre-capped and maybe you moved it back one or something in order to keep the money the way it is, then you would fix the map. Yeah, if you took that one and just sunk
Moved
it
it
back
back.
in a little bit
It made it
and
neutral.
made it neutral.
Okay, so Maleous floated 3k last turn. We'll get to see what that money is going to be used for. Besides, yeah. Tank. Oh, interesting. I thought that... I mean, this is fine. I thought it was going to be recon hit, infantry strike to kill the recon.
Yeah, he could have done that. I think I mentioned it to him after, but he said something about not wanting the repair bills or something like that. I don't know what he was thinking. But yeah, he should have just shot it with the one of the infantry there, because it'll be less pain, because now the recon, he's going to move the infantry forward from the left base, the left middle. And what's going to happen is that recon's going to get a cheeky shot on it, right? And
Oh, right here, yeah.
And actually, it ends up being a very big deal. You'll see later. But he does 22 to 25 damage to that infantry, and watch, it comes back on Maleous in a big way. You'll see.
Oh no, the chip damage. I can see this recon doesn't hit the infantry because that would leave it vulnerable to the tank.
It's a good play. Is it? It's not in range of the tank, is it? No.
Nope.
No.
It would if it hit this guy.
He could have shot the other one. He could have shot the one in the city.
Yeah.
Which is also okay. But I think sitting on the airport might be better because it's denying the 1K, and you're slowing the airport down.
Yeah. It is fine to take this attack, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You can still interrupt the airport.
Yeah, but you'd have to attack and interrupt, which is good.
Yeah. Okay. So, Maleous is also behind in the captures on this right-hand side, except for the airport.
Yeah, because the attacked by recon.
Yeah. And the center is getting very pressured. It's a little weird to me that Tigris went for this capture with the 9 health. Rather than either healing it up. Oh, weird. I thought he would attack from the comm tower, but I mean, that's fine too.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, but I suppose it doesn't matter. He's gonna die. You know what it probably was? He probably didn't want the infantry to move and attack fully. The one from the base, the middle one, because then he could just do a full move and attack. Whereas if he does that, then it's like, stunt your move a little bit. I don't know if it makes a difference. It makes a little difference, I suppose.
Very weird that this tank doesn't move in range of this recon. It goes to this cutoff point, but it can't reach the recon on the airport.
He might be trying to keep it in limbo to protect his middle city.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah. We don't know what he builds right yet.
Yeah. Yeah, the 9 health infantry does have to just kind of fall back. It's a little awkward. Yeah, another tank. You can see how vulnerable this right-hand side is right now. If the recon had gone over there, the pressure would have been very hard to deal with.
Look at the damage that Maleous' recons have been doing compared to his, though. Like, big damage.
Yeah. Over here. Harassment. And that was going to be the nightmare of trying to take this center city against an opponent that's kind of set up for it. Oh, I like this move with the recon to go sit on this city, because this infantry is no longer threatening to actually capture the airport. It's just threatening to take this city.
Yeah, I was debating it might be better just to shoot the infantry on the road while you can.
Well, you get hit by... Oh, you get hit by a tank here
anyway.
too. Oh, I see.
Yeah, it's probably better just to attack, because then maybe you delay the airport even more.
I could see that.
I think going for the attack is better.
Oh, I see what Maleous is doing. The idea is it's overloading this tank. Because the tank wants to interrupt this capture, but it also wants to deal with the recon. In which case, I agree with attacking from the road.
Yeah.
Because that will kind of secure your capture. We have the copter built for Maleous now. More pressure on the left-hand side. And the recon and tank have now started moving over to the right-hand side. So this is going to prompt an anti-air out of Tigris.
What did Maleous buy here?
With copter, infantry.
Oh, I see, yeah.
Who's commentating? It's me and Mr.Greensuit. The tank does go for the hit on this recon. It'll secure the capture for Maleous. And the tank,
See, this is why I think attacking on the road would have been better. Because I don't think he can do enough damage to slow like one of the captures now, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the middle one. Maybe the one he's on. But he's going to die to the tank the next turn.
Yeah.
But what it does do is it occupies the tank for an extra turn, I suppose.
That's true. Okay, and then Tigris is moving everything down here into the middle. Which means this recon for Maleous can I deny this side city? We'll see if that's what happens, though. Maleous does decide to go back onto the airport. You could also move... because the idea right now is that it's just going to occupy this tank's time. So you could also just move all the way to the top left corner to make the tank as far away as possible to finish it off.
That's right.
Or you could even retreat it, I guess. You could fall back to your infantry and then be covered by your copter and keep your recon alive. It would be... Or you could hit the infantry on the forest.
Yeah, you do, I think, 1 or 2 damage on that, and it would delay one more.
I like this little move from Maleous to step onto this mountain but not strike the infantry.
Yeah, he might be pushing too far forward, though, here without support.
Yeah.
Because there's no point in occupying the tank if you're just going to drive everything right up towards the tank anyway, right? He should have just taken the one of the shots and then called it a day and waited for support.
Yeah. Well, if he brings the copter up and then also builds a tank, I mean, it's not the worst. I think the idea is to try and deny this city.
Yeah. He's got the AA coming, though, already, so he's already on top of it. He's got 1 vehicle on you already, you know? He's got the AA and the tank.
Yeah. The copter tank, but the AA and tank are already built. And here you can see Maleous is not able to get the center city, which is...
And the recon blocks the city.
Yeah.
On the right.
Yeah, it's very good.
Lovely.
Okay.
Double recon build paid off for Maleous big time, I think.
This one sadly goes down. Airport starts getting captured now. Now these infantry are very much forced to deny this capture.
Yeah. See, the recon didn't do anything there. Because the tank also has a nice... He's got a nice a driving path? I don't know, what do you want to call that?
Position?
Yeah, he has a nice spot, unobstructed by anything. He can just drive straight back down to where he wants to be, you know?
Yeah.
Didn't really occupy the tank, like, at all. Like you said, if you put him in the top, then, yeah, he's stuck behind River Bend and the forest and all that.
Yeah. Okay. So something I'm noticing is neither player has built an artillery. If I was Tigris, I would definitely get an artillery this turn.
When Maleous and I practiced this, I told him in order to take that city, the one with the silo, the one that you get right away, I said you should build an artillery for it because it's only one movement from the base, and then you can get it behind the mountain where you're in a good position to lock it.
Yeah.
And yeah, I guess he doesn't do it, at least not right away.
But for tigris especially, there's so many infantry here. Like, you build the artillery and suddenly all of these infantry can just threaten to take stuff very easily.
Yeah, that's why Javier is so good here.
Yeah. Okay, so Maleous is doing...
I don't think Javier is better than Von Bolt here, though.
Nah.
Because of all the living at, you know, whatever, and the ability to kill things off the cities in the middle with the 3-strike using an infantry off the mountain, which is really good.
Yeah.
You can't do that with Javier unless you have your power.
And Von Bolt's power on this map is very strong because it's so small.
Yeah, his power when it goes off, it just destroys. I mean, it wrecked me. It pretty much wrecks anybody. The first person to get it usually does very well with it.
Yeah. Unless you're ahead. If you're ahead against the Von Bolt, then you can just have a magnet in a very safe location.
Yeah, if you have a chance to build a magnet. But like this map is so in demand all the time, it's hard to build a magnet, you know?
Yeah, if you have like a central brawl going on, then you have no chance. Okay, so it looks like it's kind of turning into a stare-off. Oh, okay. Maleous builds a medium tank here.
Yeah, he probably should have built the artillery for the push. If he went double artillery, it would have been better than medium tank.
And over on the side, we do have the copter trying to cover these infantry attacks. And then a single tank. But it's going to run into some problems because Tigris is now going to be double tank.
Oh, here on the left there, Maleous made a mistake. He should have taken the attack with... Yeah, see the AA kills it? He should have taken the first strike with the weakened infantry, or made that the infantry that's weak. It would have been better.
Flip the attack order there.
Yeah, because now he's just going to lose both.
That's always a tricky thing. And over here we have very, very patient play from Tigris. Maleous stepped off of this city. Why did Maleous step off of this city? 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I see. The tank can wrap around through the lab to hit the recon on the city. So instead it moves over to the side. And Tigris just goes for a very slow push. Ah, here comes the artillery. Looking like Tigris just wants to stall out the game. Medium tank comes in.
Maleous goes for a dubious attack here in the middle.
I think Maleous is feeling the pressure from those 2 artillery being built. It's kind of like now or never to try and take these cities.
Yeah, it worked. I think it works out for him, but it's very dubious. There's that 8 HP infantry that I talked about earlier, the one that gets shot by the recon.
Yeah.
Nothing ominous about that, is there?
Nothing at all.
Do you know the roll on killing an 8 HP infantry with a tank?
Not for the Von Bolt mirror, no.
It's a very... If you made the roll, you'd have Go7 luck. If it was like 100% 8 HP infantry. Yep. But because it's got the chip damage on it, it's like it's 50-50.
50-50. And we have the copter on the side here. I don't like that copter buy. Because there's already an anti-air over there. But I guess the idea is it's trying to stop a tank first strike, maybe? I'm not sure. We have an artillery on the left.
That's fine. Copters are really good on this map.
Copters are very good.
He can always go somewhere else with it.
Hey, Maleous. Oh, it's true. And Maleous, do we see the tank one-shot this guy? The Maleous did block the city's... block the city off.
Look how unfortunate that is. If it was a full HP infantry, and that comes back from the recon haunting, it's like a haunting the stake.
Yeah.
He would have just got that city, no problem, without any, trouble, right? But because of that recon shot, it actually becomes very troublesome because he misses his timing here.
Yeah. We've gotten the city.
You would have made that. You would have made that roll though against me. You would have had to live with 1 HP.
But you're not salty though. You're not.
No, it's not salty at all.
Okay, we have the tank infantry to kill the infantry on the city. And just kind of the breakthrough of the wall. It's very painful. And then here comes the tough part is that the artillery gets to come up and guard all of these.
Right here, if you go back to the beginning of the turn after he's finished, I would just skip back. I want to show you. He makes a big mistake by sending all his stuff to the right, Tigris.
Mm-hmm.
He sent all that stuff to the right, and it's all going to get slaughtered. He should have sent it to the middle because if he'd have punished Maleous properly here, he would have just won the game like that, right? If he just sent everything middle, Tigris, he could have foiled Maleous once he got that shot. I mean, if he didn't get that shot, then, whatever. But once he made that shot, he should have sent everything middle. Look what he does. He sends it all down to the right. It's all going to get slaughtered.
Because it's going to get slaughtered because the vehicles aren't in position to protect it.
Yes, and he's got the AA jammed up in a spot where he could block it. That path is really bad.
Yeah.
But also he needed that AA in the middle, like big time. Because now he has to buy one, or he has to move the one over from the left. And look on the left there, he makes another mistake. Tigris, this is a very bad turn for him. He could have and should have just slaughtered all of Maleous's infantry.
Oops.
If you go back again to the beginning, this
You're
is
talking
the
about
worst.
just charge down.
This is the
nothing
worst turn
protecting
for
them.
him. Look, if he kills the 7 HP infantry with his tank,
Yes.
Tigris, and then he can move in the AA and kill on the plains the other infantry, one shot, and then he can cover it by building a battlecopter. Because Maleous is a tank in range, right? But if he covers it with a battlecopter, then no problem.
Even just block.
It would have been a very
there.
good turn for him. Instead, he blunders big time.
I don't know if I would call it a blunder necessarily, but
this turn is a huge
mistake.
blunder. Oh yeah.
I definitely call it a mistake. I don't know about blunder.
No. This
You're going way
bad.
too far with that.
No, it's bad. It's very bad.
I'll say this anti-air looks like it's being blundered, but it does have some protection.
Yeah, he puts his. Dude, this turn is so bad. He puts his artillery.
Way too harsh.
You see the artillery where he puts it? Okay, Maleous does the exact same thing that I would have done in this situation. He takes his tank and he jams it right to block the medium tank and shoot the artillery both.
Right there.
Yeah, and then that enables him to get the capture on the property. It was a very bad turn for him. And look, everything gets slaughtered on the right here.
Attack. He's blocked off so that the copter's being protected.
And you'll see that he really should have had that AA in the middle, because now the copter's got like free reign.
Yeah. Copter. Medium tank. His artillery doesn't cover over
I
there.
was very happy to see Maleous do that, because I was like, I would do that. Yes. And I think he even put his artillery wrong. He should have taken his artillery, Tigris, and not sat it on the city. He should have parked it next to the comm tower on the road there. That would have been better. And he could have, that one. And the infantry, he had the one infantry that was sitting on the city. He could have blocked off the pathway there with the infantry. Go left a little bit with your cursor.
Yeah. Talking about this guy?
The one next to the AA on the left.
Oh, this guy.
Yeah, he's on.
You want him to go? You're saying he goes over
sitting
here
on the
instead?
City. Yeah. This guy in the city. Yes, him. He could have blocked off. Yeah, right there. Yep.
Yeah.
And then if he had that anti-air from the right-hand side that he sent over to go die with all those men, he wouldn't have had to use that anti-air that he has on the left. He could have just used those two and the tank to slaughter everything on the left. And then he would have been in a better tactical position too, because if he tries to use the one on the left, now he has to protect it because it'll get attacked, right?
Yeah.
So it's actually in a bad spot, and he's bringing it back to try to deal with it. It's very bad. This turn is bad. Throw it in the trash.
You're way too harsh.
Just bad.
But I see what you're saying. Block off the access, bring the artillery over here.
Yeah.
Is it that much better in this spot? It covers some more infantry.
Yeah, it protects.
It doesn't cover
more.
the tank though.
What?
It doesn't cover the tank on the lab that gets attacked.
It doesn't cover the tank on the lab.
But having the artillery on the road next to the comm tower.
Why not? What are you talking about?
Because, well, like we'll see right here.
Yeah.
Tank on the lab goes down.
Yeah.
That wouldn't be covered either way. 1, 2, 3.
It's not covered now.
Yeah. I'm not seeing the huge advantage to being next to the, other than not being hit because.
Give me one of Advanced Warriors games. I'll critique it.
Mr. Greensuit is definitely brutal with the pointing out blunders.
This is a game losing turn from Tigris.
Isn't the huge advantage that you don't get your arty hit for 5 HP and your medium tank blocked off? Yeah, that is nice, but the tank does get to do something else instead.
Well, he gets to kill the tank, yes.
Yeah, in this case, the tank dies.
What?
Okay, so we have the attack. He attempted to break through over here.
Yeah, I pointed out all Maleous' mistakes. Poor guy.
Okay. Anti-air gets used to finish off this tank. And now the infantry blocks. Probably should block a tile up.
Yeah, block a tile up because he can just jam something there.
Yeah.
If he wanted to. But I think Maleous will have what he wants and should just retreat after that. There's no point in lingering.
So he does actually get this city.
Yeah, free reign of the copter because the AA now the AA comes back from the Trail of Tears on the right.
Mm-hmm. And now this
to see the ruin that it had caused. I think it was 1200 Advanced Warriors. I don't remember for sure, but I think I remember you being about 1200.
Okay, so over here, yeah, the anti-airs are being played, outzoned, you would say. So all of the infantry get beaten up over here. Probably better to go for your repairs rather than go for this capture with the 4 health infantry.
It's okay because he can bring over the 6 HP infantry and join in.
That's so vulnerable to just getting picked off from production from this base.
Yeah, actually that whole right side is going to turn out very poorly for Maleous. After he slaughtered all them, maybe he should have just called it good.
Then we have attacks in the middle, making sure to stay out of the artillery range, which is good. We have a big old line forming here. We have a sacrifice. Okay, I'm assuming the sacrifice
is just trying to delay that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think there was anything he...
good though. I think you just let that go.
Yeah, you have to let it go. He's gonna get it. If you had the artillery in position earlier to stop it,
yeah,
it would have been, you know.
A little awkward, but it's fine. These two artillery are kind of on their way to the middle. The artillery on the left didn't end up doing anything for like 3 turns there. Oh, okay. So Tigris actually joins this 1 health infantry in.
It's smart because then Maleous can't use the tank to just put it below the capture threshold. It's actually pretty good.
If I was Tigris, I would love if Maleous sent a tank up there to hit that infantry. Just kill the tank.
Yeah, I know. But still, that's why he did it.
Okay. Really moving forward.
Advanced walls starts to form, you know?
Yeah, advanced walls. Maleous wishes that he had the Bomb Volt super here.
Maleous is way ahead right now, and he should just chill.
He's up 2k.
Yeah, but on the right is critical.
Yeah, the right's looking very good. The sides are looking nice. The medium tank just takes this shot, which is probably fine because the artillery is covering it.
Yeah, it should be alright. He gets away here on the left there. He gets free kills.
Yeah,
I was kind of surprised. There's no retaliation from Tigris here, but it might be the right call.
Interesting.
One of these guys is very exposed. I think that 9 HP on the silo should be able to get killed though. It's not.
Yeah, it's not covered by anything.
And you can cover it yourself. But even it's in factory range.
Yeah. Okay. And then the units from the right-hand side start pressuring in on the middle. This is looking pretty scary. Tigris does get this city. Now just behind by 1 city. This one right here. And then moves over to answer these right-hand units. Just full-on retreat. Oh, okay. Well, if you're going to retreat with everything, definitely don't go for the 9 health.
Tigris starts shifting everything over to the right because he wants to shift his focus to the game to the right.
Yeah.
But Maleous
it would have been pretty tough to do it to the left, so it makes sense.
Maleous falls for it, unfortunately.
Okay, there's the joint cap. Maleous is trying to put some pressure over here. You're going to have to bring the tank over.
Maleous should have started the capture on that lab. Why didn't he start? Is that a bug?
No, it looks like it just wasn't started.
Yeah, I would have taken the full health infantry and probably started the capture on it.
Yeah, the labs are they're fairly exposed.
It's a big deal. Actually, if Maleous had that lab, he might have won.
The A gets punished by getting magnet duty later. Okay, so Maleous splits off some
There's a
units
thing
on the
about the labs that people don't realize. Even D just had to prove it to him. In a game with a day limit, this game has a 35-day limit. If you have more properties, not income properties, more properties, labs included, and the day limit reaches around at day 36. Who was it that messed that up? Versus Dead F's.
Oh, Randomwayz?
Yeah, Randomwayz. Day 36, Randomwayz. Or what was in his game? 30? 31?
It's probably 30.
Yeah. Okay. So it's that you get to play the last day. Okay?
Yeah, labs win ties.
If you're down income and have more labs, you win.
Yeah.
So if Maleous had, it's 17, 18. Let's say Tigris had 17, 18, but Tigris had more labs. If he had two more labs, or he would have won.
I thought labs only. I thought labs only won ties. I didn't think they counted completely as properties.
Yeah, if you start a custom game and put 10 labs and give your opponent 9 cities, so they have 9,000 income and you have 0, you'll win if you put like 5 days and skip.
Oh, interesting.
You'll win.
That makes my play against Hordred in the live game even better. But I thought it was only for tie breaks. That's pretty interesting.
Tigris starts going right, which is probably a good call from him, but Maleous should not fall for it. Maleous should just maybe capture the city and then back off. Also, Maleous didn't get like the didn't go for the kill on the infantry with like his medium tank off the silo, which might have been good. I don't think he could have got punished too badly if he did that.
Yeah, I like this. I like this move from Tigris because this is going to be the better production side for him.
Yeah, but Maleous should not have fallen for it. He should have just pressured the middle and built like a rocket.
Yeah.
Yeah, if he'd have built a rocket and gone for middle, he would have captured the middle and been in a good spot, even if he lost that one city on the right. And then if he has a rocket, he can even guard a lot of the properties on the right for free from a safe spot.
I'm not sure what's going on with this anti-air. Why is he standing on this side? I guess it's because
he doesn't want the tank to
doesn't want the tank to make it this.
Yeah, he makes a mistake here. I think he should just kill the 8 HP infantry with the anti-air.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah,
but I can understand not wanting
that
this tank to.
That's okay though. He can sit on the city because Maleous is going to bring over the AA. And look, he would have got the lab for free here too if he would have.
But yeah, I mean, yeah. Giving up labs for free happens.
If he sits the tank on the city, then Maleous can attack it with his tank and an AA and just beat the crap out of it every turn. It'll repair, and then he gets to attack it again. So in fact, he'll be able to kill the tank, not a tank 7,000 worth. It'll be a tank that's worth, 8-4.
I don't know. I think you probably get reinforced in time. But I mean, I don't know. It might work.
I'm not so sure.
I mean, I'm fine with this. This is a lot of vehicles kind of being invested on the left-hand side, so you definitely don't want to fight on the right. And it looks like Maleous is
Maleous should
just
not
forming a line.
No. No. Don't do it, Maleous.
And joins here. Okay.
Don't do it. Come back.
Advance walls.
Go middle. Build a rocket. Stop it.
It's okay. It's okay. Definitely a stare off going on. I'm surprised this tank went in. It's attack.
Yeah, that's not good. You're going to get killed by AAs and tank attacks.
Yeah, and there's a city right here to repair. On the right-hand side, stuff's
the thing about rockets are they're not good like before day 15, as a rule of thumb. But unless you've had a slaughter battle. They're good when you have lots of units around, but they're not good when they're like on their own.
Yeah, they need the support.
Yeah.
Okay, ooh, the copter just goes in here too. There's no anti-airs over here for Maleous right now. Ooh, that is...
He gets a lot of free shots here.
That is pretty painful.
Maleous should cut your losses and run. Don't do it. I know what you're thinking. It's not worth it.
Yeah, if there was an anti-air over here, maybe.
He's going to take the city. He's going to take the city on the left. He's going to be way ahead in income.
Yeah, this is a great attack from Maleous on the left.
Yeah.
There's also the problem if you really can't attack here because of the charge of both players.
No, Tigris, it wasn't better to hold this tank on the city as a defender because he'll beat you up with a tank AA. You'll lose that fight and you'll pay a bunch in repair bills. Go7 thinks it's okay though because he could reinforce, but then in that case Maleous can reinforce, so I don't think it's...
Well, it's a shorter reinforce for Tigris.
Yeah, but Maleous is all this infantry that he can clog up your works with,
Okay, so I think what's going to happen here, because I haven't watched this game, is that Maleous will attack and get hit by the super.
See what's going to happen, and it's sad.
It's sad.
Von Bolt's going to get his power because of this very gung-ho attack. He gives him 2 copters to get charge off of.
Yeah.
If he didn't, I mean, I think he goes for a finish on one of the... Yeah, and then he lines them up perfectly. Like in the medium tank, 3 copters, 2 tanks, artillery. Oh my god. Look at it. And
this happens to everyone.
Is a big game swing. This is worse than Tigris's blunder early on.
You can see how much charge you can generate.
If he was just a little bit short on charge, it would have been a bad turn, but it wouldn't have been like catastrophic.
He's almost short on charge.
I know, if he just did a little math. A little bit.
Oh.
Look how close it is.
I mean, he could have always done a bad attack.
Yeah.
Oh
if
my
gosh,
that's so brutal.
I know. If Maleous had been a little bit more conservative, protective, he couldn't have pulled that off. This swings the game.
There's so many units still around. I don't know if the magnet's even possible here. You can just kind of divert exactly where the Von Bolt missile will hit.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Building a magnet's hard when you're in these big fights, right?
Tigris made a spreadsheet for calculating this one.
Maleous had the game in the bag right up to this point.
Oh, yeah.
But he's not out. Not out.
Yeah, he's got the airport over here, which is nice. It's going to get locked immediately by this.
Gets his own super, yeah. He's actually kind of lucky he gets those copters locked in. Otherwise, they would have got away for free. With his units being locked, he wouldn't have been able to shoot them.
That's true.
Rishi says build a stealth, and Rishi is correct.
Yeah, it's not quite like a game-winning kind of stealth because there's still another airport that can produce fighters. But when you're ahead this much money, definitely
they're very good Von Bolt magnet stealths.
That is also true because they're expensive.
And the enemy doesn't know where their power will hit.
That's true.
So if Maleous on the right there, if he'd have pulled back and built a stealth with like saved up money, he would have been just golden.
Just don't build this left tank, basically.
Yeah, let that city go. It's not worth it, you know? He could have pressured the middle, and if he'd have pressured the middle, he might have been able to hold the city because then Tigris would have had to split his forces to guard middle, right? So then maybe he would have had enough to guard the city, or at least he wouldn't have gotten nailed by such a huge Von Bolt super, right?
Yeah.
He blocks in the medium, but I don't
I like the attempt. Okay. The health gets away, another copter goes down. Oh, the artillery gets hit. Artillery gets hit. At least this artillery will be able to avenge it. AA gets chonked here, but that's okay because the airport capture still goes through.
Yeah, it's good. That's decent.
Now Maleous is at 21k to 15k.
Now Maleous needs to take that airport and run away on the left.
Yeah.
Look at the forces coming in. 3 tanks, an anti-air, 3 infantry, and a medium tank.
That's what I was saying with the reinforcements.
I don't know why he goes in.
Oh my gosh.
That's not good.
I think the idea is maybe it's like if I can just take out this one infantry, then I can hold on to the airport for a really long time.
Yeah, maybe.
Here we fall back.
Doesn't take the lab here either, look. He walks past it.
Yeah.
Cap the labs, Havats is right. Yeah, cap the lab.
Yeah, in our game, you almost got I was like pressured to stop you.
You were smart enough to see it, but I could have won by lab capture. A lot of people wouldn't have seen that.
It's like you have to capture 3 labs, which is like a lot of things to capture, but as soon as you capture
in your
2
head.
of them,
but if they fall at the same time, you're like, oh!
That's how they get you. This medium tank is very much penned in.
It'll escape. It's got enough to escape.
Yeah,
I'm not sure about that The
There
infantry
are
is
artillery over here.
The infantry strike there, I don't think was very good. The one on the shoal, the guy on the
Oh
shoal.
yeah, because this guy right here, this artillery didn't have a target before.
Yeah, and he'll get a one shot too.
It's not the worst thing though. The trade of a full health infantry for a 7 health infantry.
It might have been better to occupy the silo and make life a little bit more difficult for Tigris.
Yeah, no, I agree. Either that or make sure you're around to help stop this other city from falling. So yeah, this gets broken through. Artillery proving their worth. Well, the 2 health. Wow, that was a very low 7 on that medium tank. To take a chip damage from a 2 health infantry when you're attacking from a silo.
Maleous calculated it, I'm sure, right? Yeah, if he attacks, I'll leave the silo open because if he attacks me from there, it's a trap.
That would be some master plans. Everything's getting cleaned up over here. It's really bad.
Yeah, the Maleous big blunder is still paying off dividends here.
Part of it is that there's Maleous is still investing on this left-hand side rather than like, because you can kind of see what Tigris is doing. It's like, I have a big enough army over here, so I can just send the infantry here and then fight off on the left with just using my reinforcements. So that gives Maleous like the opportunity to invest on the right-hand side instead of the left-hand side to try and fight off. They'd like basically just swap victories. But if Tigris just gets to use standing army against standing army on the right, then full reinforcements against half reinforcements on the left. You're gonna run into a whole world of hurt there.
On the left there, he needed to be gone, man. Just retreat. Send them. You could have sent them to the middle or, you know, wherever.
It's a little bit of an overextension. Just a tiny bit.
Very bad. It gets worse. You will be shocked.
Okay. A medium tank, 1 HP value. Okay, so the goal has been achieved. I'm not sure why this infantry is exposed.
Which one?
Tigris. What's it here?
Well, he's luring Maleous into killing himself too, right?
Yeah.
Because if Maleous kills him, he's gonna lose everything.
That's true. Just have to wait extra like 3 turns to take your airport back. I would have just kept it back behind the tank, because Maleous is still going to have to invest everything trying to stop it from taking the airport. But here, Maleous gets to have a nice little economic win. Definitely needs to run away, though.
Watch what he does.
Oh, no.
He takes the ADA down to 7, and he thinks that's all right. Watch what he does.
The join build a bomber? Oh, no.
I know, right? Don't do it.
I like the idea.
Don't do it. I don't like it. Don't do it. No.
It's not good, but
no.
I like the gutsiness of it.
I think Maleous should actually save for stealth here, because Tigris is getting his power again.
Mm-hmm.
And it would be nice to be able to magnet that. Also, wouldn't it be just wonderful if Tigris has all those AA and Maleous doesn't have a single air unit except for one that he can't shoot down?
That is true.
That would be great, wouldn't it?
But the anti-air is still very useful.
No,
for,
stealths
like,
are not
through.
banned.
Yeah, stealths aren't banned.
He pays a big bill for that bomber, though. And basically, he gives Tigris his power very quick.
Yeah.
So it's bad. I think it hits this turn, in fact. Am I wrong?
I don't think it hits this turn. Unless Tigris goes for like
maybe the next turn.
Wild sacrifices. Maleous should really repair this medium tank up to 4. To be used as a magnet. Because a 4 health, for people don't know, a 4 health unit is a magnet just as well as a full health unit. 4 and greater. So you can do a small investment in repairing your medium tank, and it can be used to magnet away from a full health medium tank.
Depending on the CO, I think Sturm has a different set of rules.
That's correct. It works against Rachel and it works against Von Bolt, but Sturm cares about the value of the target. Von Bolt and Rachel care about the damage they're dealing, which is why a 4 health unit matters just as much as a full health one.
Yeah, Maleous says he didn't want to repair because the medium tank, because he's paying for repairs in the bombers.
Oh, the bomber, yeah.
Yeah, he'll have nothing in the bank.
What did the bomber hit?
Nothing?
Didn't hit anything.
I don't like the bomber buy.
Okay. Not sure why everything is just... I'm not sure why these guys are sticking around on the front lines here. I guess it's fine. If you're not going to repair them, then do something. And this airport is still being contested. Yeah. 7 health bomber can't really threaten the anti-airs.
The airport's still being contested, but the amount of money from the bomber that you paid for to contest the airport and the damage and the repairs, I mean, I think you can go the rest of the game and it won't pay for itself pretty much, right? And you won't have it for the rest of the game either.
Yeah. I mean, if it can get some really good kills on like medium tanks.
I don't like a bomber at 7 HP. I don't think it loses its one-shot ability, especially against the Von Bolt.
That's true.
So, like, bombers are nice because they one-shot things.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, they no longer need to do a buddy system with anti-airs against you if you have 7 health.
Yeah.
The bomber was not in anti-air range, if we're looking at this. Because there's a forest underneath this medium tank. So it goes up here. So it's a cheeky attack. Join the tanks together.
It's alright. It's like a...
It's cheeky, but how are you going to get the bomber out of there now?
Yeah, he can, but you'll pay for it. Like, you're going to get struck by a tank on a road from a city.
Yeah. Can the anti-airs not zone it? Or just trap it in?
I think he'll be able to get away because of the mountains and whatnot on the left. Plus, he's got the artillery to cover himself and all the rest.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's gonna be quite the chase. Maleous is now banking that cash. So this is really nice about stealths. Actually, Seeker's also banked cash.
Maleous makes kind of a mistake that turn because he should have left disposable units to protect his one city near the mountain there. So some infantry or whatever that he could just sack in to prevent captures on that city.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
This one, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some infantry around, but they can be easily blocked off.
Yeah, they can be killed and blocked. Like if he had one next to the 7 HP, if that 7 HP, I don't know if it was possible, but if that 7 HP was in the river instead, it would have been better.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's tough because there's artillery staring at it. But yeah, I was saying, you can see Maleous has banked up enough money so he could build a stealth next turn, which is going to force Tigris to also bank up money, although Tigris had already banked, to have a response to the stealth. You can kind of pressure your opponent before committing, and then you can either build the stealth or you can decide not to.
Go7 was saying that the AAs could zone the bomber, not attack the bomber this turn, like go for an attack on it in one of the next turns.
Yeah, basically the AAs would like move down here, and then the bomber's trapped up in the corner, and then just close in on it. And down here we have Tigris attack, who just gets the super so quickly here. I assume Maleous. Oh.
Yeah, he gets, because of the bomber buy, he gets the.
Yeah.
And it's a really critical turn too, because now he can. He's using the artillery to zone out the medium tank, and they get blocked. And
that
the
is
factory gets blocked.
Brutal. The artillery, you need to both help protect the city.
Yeah.
Zone
it might
against
not have
medium tank.
happened if he didn't go for the cheeky kill with the bomber tank that he did in the top left. It probably wouldn't have happened. And then he could have had the stealth bot as a magnet.
Nice. Medium tank just kills an infantry, but it's perfect. It's now in the way, and there's no way to interrupt. Yeah.
Everything's blocked. He gets the city.
It's very nicely done there. And now, because this was so little had to be invested to get that bomb bolt super and the city. Now I imagine it's just going to be like, how do I make a magnet?
It's looking bad for Maleous of that, but I guarantee you he can win this game.
Tigris didn't actually. Oh, never mind. Tigris had already gotten named. So like right now, if you build a stealth as Maleous, Tigris doesn't actually have enough money to build a fighter because of repairs. What's up with these anti-airs?
He has a lot of anti-air. Look.
I don't know why these anti-airs are just hiding out over here. They should definitely move down to cut off the bomber. But it looks like, well, if they go over there, if they just stay over there, then the bomber. But he has plans for that Go7. Okay. So Maleous is attacking over here into this artillery range. Oh, is this just desperately trying to get to Ex Machina for Maleous? There's the stealth.
It might have been.
I don't like these attacks.
No.
Well, it doesn't manage to make it. Okay. Tigris gets to clean up everything up here. Got infantry. Double infantry going for the airport. All these things get nicely cleaned up. We do have the stealth bot, and there's the fighter. How did he afford? Oh, was something joined? Something must have joined.
He probably joined something. Yeah, something was damaged by Ex Machina or something.
Oh, it's probably like anti-air. Oh, it was double artillery get joined. Okay. There's the fighter.
Actually, joining the anti-air would have been smarter. Yeah. If you joined the anti-air, it would have been way better because you don't need all that anti-air. Might as well join it and get the money.
That's true, and then you don't have to base it. That's a
look
base.
Look right now how much that Tigris has invested in some sort of anti-air. He's got what, 4, and he's got a fighter.
That's a lot of money.
And there's no copters from Maleous' side. There's only a stealth, well, and a bomber.
And Habit, you're very much right. Tigris is going to have a massive charge lead.
That's the thing about Von Bolt battles. It usually happens that way. Whoever gets it first gets it second as well, etc., etc.
Yeah.
The sad bomber continues to do nothing.
Yeah, it has to run away.
There was a thing here he could have done with that stealth, but I guess he wanted to hide it. But he could have used it as a blocker to block the 9 HP, and yeah, right there. He could have blocked there and gone stealth. There was nothing that Tigris could do about it. But what'll happen is he'll be able to see, a little bit more where it is.
Well, he gets to see where it is anyway.
No, the next turn he'll see where it moves a little bit.
I see. For artillery, Maleous is definitely wanting to just
He's doing the right thing because
Solid,
Tigris has 2 medium tanks and Maleous is down in value. He's trying to come back with low value units, artillery, which is smart.
Yeah.
Well, the stealth is good too, being a high value unit, but the stealth force is a fighter, so it's not bad. And the stealth also gives you the air utility in a situation where you don't want to build. You do want to have copters, but you don't want to have too many copters.
Yeah.
So you'll be able to use maybe the stealth in a sneaky spot that, like over a mountain or something, that maybe you wouldn't be able to do with a copter.
It's true. We'll see how that when you're using stealths in standard, a lot of it's going to come down to your APC usage. So you don't
have to build an APC.
You don't have to build an APC.
No, Maleous will give you a lesson.
Okay. Just go back to your airport. You can do that too. But anyway, if you build your APC,
on this map, there's 2 airports, so you can just hang out near the airports, and you can even make the flight, which Tigris thinks Maleous does, because Maleous was trying to trick him into thinking that he flew the stealth over to the other side.
Yeah.
So Tigris panics, and he'll buy another fighter on the other flank because he's unsure where the stealth is, which makes it a very, very good stealth buy.
And Fluffy is saying exactly what I was saying. I was gonna say.
Yeah, you
build
can
an
fake
APC,
the APC buy,
and you don't let the APC stay where your stealth is.
Yeah.
You can have them
You could also do what I did to you in the live game, but you caught it, where I joined the stealth together.
Yeah.
It must have been really obvious, like the money or something. What happened?
It was the money.
An animation?
There was no animation. It was just the money.
Okay.
I mean, the money just spikes up and you see nothing join.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, the stealth's just joined. Okay.
I think an APC would have been fine, because then you could have opened up mechs as well.
That's true. But yeah, the APC can still refuel the stealth. You just have to make sure you don't have them like hanging out together.
So now I think we have a lot of null turns where nothing much happens, just various wall offs.
And Maleous is going to lose the economic advantage here.
Yeah, Maleous starts losing in all metrics,
which is really hard to deal with. And because Tigris is ahead so much.
is saying that you can just ignore a stealth, but I don't think Tigris wants to, because he has high value units like copters, medium tanks.
Yeah, you can ignore stealths. It will be a little bit dangerous to not build a fighter, for sure, on this map, because there's so many choke points.
Yeah, the bomber is a magnet for Tigris. It's a sad bomber. He just, because Maleous is holding the power because he didn't have a good opportunity.
Yeah. But that's totally fine for Tigris because he's ahead. So
I'm not spoiling it. You'll see. There's foreshadowing in a tactical game, Flaw Dog. It's not a movie.
Oh my gosh, we have the fighter from Maleous. I don't like
that's
the
a mistake. Yeah, that's a big mistake. You should just go double anti-air or one anti-air.
I would just ignore the bomber buy.
Yeah, he's going to use it to magnet anyway. It's not good, but he needs at least one anti-air for the copter. And he needs one so the fighter can't get into stupid spots and has a free wall.
That's true.
Yeah, he needs anti-air. Don't buy the fighter though. He'd have been in a way better spot if he didn't buy the fighter.
This is like a really dangerous location. Okay, it's okay. The fighter can't reach.
It's out of range.
This is like a very obvious location.
But yeah, what you don't want to do is tip off the enemy where your stealth is.
Why did these artilleries move into the artillery? I was just trying to start an artillery war. It is triple artillery. Air moves over here. Ooh. Here's this decides to just fight this out, huh? I guess it's fine, provided that the magnet's always prepared, because this just gives Tigris more and more charge for like a game-ending super.
I think Maleous had some good attacks here that he doesn't go for, unfortunately. If you go back, he can use the stealth to one-shot the 9 HP infantry, and then he can actually cover for it so that it can't get hit by the fighter. And it opens up a lot of good attacks, but I don't think he goes for them, unfortunately. Yeah, he can one-shot open that up.
Yeah.
With the stealth.
That's a pretty tough cover, but I could see it.
You can do it. I pulled it off in the move planner. I gotta find it though.
Okay. Attack up here. Bring in some tanks. Really, Maleous is just kind of being forced to do something. Unfortunately, he has to move into range of this artillery. Fighter staring down the fighter. Stealth goes back to refuel.
Yeah, but he's tricked Tigris into thinking that it's on the left.
Yeah.
Because he hasn't seen it for a while.
So the attack in here, trade off a bunch of infantry. Fighter goes over to the right. Capture. Bomber moves down a tiny bit. Medium tank pressure on all, no, in the middle and the left.
What's happening with Tigris is because Maleous has the power charge, Tigris can never concentrate.
That is true.
He has to have a magnet, so it's pretty good for Maleous because it gives him opportunities.
Yeah. It's kind of like, it's tough though, because it's a matter of time before Tigris just gets the next super. And then everything collapses and kills you. But this is one of the strategies you can use for all missile COs. Is to just not use the power and force your opponent to play around it every turn.
Yeah. There's a better attack here and Maleous doesn't do it. Also, he uses the medium tank to kill one of the infantry and puts it in the range of the artillery there.
That is very weird.
Yeah, he could have just used one of the weaker tanks to kill that infantry. Would have been better, probably.
And then I guess use the medium tank to hit the artillery.
He uses one of the tanks he could have used to like finish off an infantry or something like that, but he could have just used his other infantry. He didn't need to commit the tank.
Tigris just has a pretty nice wall here. These vehicles are kind of just forced to hit our
look,
infantry.
Maleous has opportunities because he had to be split up. Tigris had to be split up, so Maleous is getting some good engagements.
A nice attack in.
And there was a cheeky thing that I was hoping that Maleous would do. If you take that right here, he puts such an obvious spot, right? But if you take that stealth and put it somewhere where it would be like within the range of the fighter, and then you move the fighter, and then what you do is you have a blocker, like one of the weak tanks, that he has to kill the blocker with the bomber, which he might go for, right? If he kills the blocker with the bomber, he might see that now he's in range with the fighter, and he can go for the first strike on Maleous' fighter, a bit of a trap, right? But if you have the stealth blocking a key tile, then the fighter bumps into the stealth and get, screwed. But Maleous goes for the very I think he should have put it near the forest, that forest tile. See the forest tile there? If you put the fighter there and then had maybe one of the tanks blocking the path so that the bomber could kill it if it wanted to, it's a trap within a trap, right?
Yeah.
It looks like it's covered, but he kills the thing that's covering it, and then he falls into the trap. But right here, he just goes for the obvious trap. It's obvious the stealth is there because you're not going to just give up a fighter for free on a platter, right?
5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah. And actually, Tigris can kill the bomber, at least kill the fighter rather, or at least attack it if he wanted to. Right here, can you see it?
Yeah, he can send the bomber in.
Yeah, and then how does he spot the fighter, the stealth fighter?
Oh, you just you clear this tank and just send the infantry. Oh, you can move over with the artillery.
You have to send the artillery, yeah. You can
You have to
do
use the
it.
bomber to kill this tank.
Yeah,
and then the
it's so
artillery goes
obvious that it's there, but that could also be the trap too. You never know, right?
in. 1, 2,
Like
3,
you just
4,
give up
5,
a
6,
free
7, 8,
artillery.
9. Yeah.
But it's also, yeah.
That would be very risky because the bomber is on magnet duty.
Yeah, but I messaged Valley, so I didn't know where he put it, but I said, "Is your fighter here on this lab?" And then I showed him a picture of the artillery, and he goes, like next to it, spotting it, and he goes, "Yeah, it's there."
The fighter/bomber will get hit by the power next turn. Yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't put him in a great spot. It was just possible. It was funny.
Okay. We have a breakthrough over here. I guess this fighter, it is kind of built for the stealth, but
But
I mean, this poor bomber. There's so many anti-airs.
Look how much money he has in anti-air. Is that 60,000 or near 60,000 money? Invested in
40,000.
anti-air. 40 for the fighters, and how much is it for the AA?
Yeah, like 16 and about 32, so like 72k.
Yeah, 72 minus the whatever
900.
from,
So
yeah.
Yeah,
so he has, look at his money.
200.
Look at his money. He has 19k in value, and he has 70-something thousand invested in fighters and anti-air. All because of a stealth fighter buy.
I mean, Maleous has a somewhat similar amount invested in air, so it's not so bad.
True, if he didn't buy that fighter, it would have been much better. But his air is more versatile. It's not just
we have another breakthrough over here. Very nice sacrifice with the 4 health infantry.
Yeah.
All of these 8 health infantry just let Maleous down every time.
I know, he made the roll every time, right? I don't think it's a roll on the road. I think it's a roll on the plains.
Yeah. Ooh, Tigris calced the fuel and made a bet that the stealth was right on this turn.
Well, it was in such an obvious spot. Anybody would have known it was there. On that lab.
Is this still a magnet? Just bomber and 3 infantry?
Yeah, he just keeps using that.
Oh, there's an anti-air over there. I see.
The Maleous goes all in, but if you stop right here, Maleous can win the game. Go back.
Right here?
Yeah, go back. Maleous can win the game here, at least put himself into a massive winning position. Just stop. I'll send a picture.
Win the game is a strong claim.
Absolutely, he can win. Because the day limit's coming and Maleous just has to be up.
Oh, it's day 28. Oh, I see.
Yeah, it's day 25. 35 is the limit. But if he uses a stealth fighter to attack the tank, you see, click the stealth fighter.
Talking about this tank?
The one between the artillery. Click it.
Yeah.
See, if it parks right there, yeah. But don't do it yet. What you want to do is you want to clear that infantry from in front of the tank, which you can do with your artillery or whatever. And then use one of your infantry to clear the infantry. Sacrifice the 1 HP tank into that full HP tank that's next to the artillery. And then park the fighter on the road, which that alone has a chance to kill it. But you want to save an infantry to improve the odds.
Okay.
Right. Then you can kill that tank. Can you move planner, by the way?
No.
I put the picture in the Discord.
Okay, I can bring that up. Let's see this master plan.
Yeah. See what happens here.
So he's capping 2 cities.
And yeah, but he completely demolishes his front. He uses the power. He can kill. So he's got the bomber and the AA and everything locked. And he's got all the extra whatever. He traps in the medium tank on the left, kills the AA, stops the cap. He puts the infantry on the mountain there, which is important because it blocks the fighter, which Maleous does not do. The fighter is going to go for the bomber otherwise.
Yeah. The fighter already can still go for the bomber just on the left side. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
The fighter can't kill the stealth.
Over here, yeah.
Yeah, on the right hand side, the fighter can't kill the stealth because he won't be able to spot it because it's protected by the 7 HP with the power on the lab. Now, if he rolls like Go7 and gets perfect on like 3 rolls with sacrifices, then it's possible, I think.
So salty.
So any mortal man will not, they won't succeed. He'll crush him. Like, it's a crushing attack.
Won't Tigris get the super back from this attack?
No, he doesn't actually get super. He's too far behind in money. And he won't get any retaliations. Like, look at his retaliation options. He has very little. And yeah, you see his power meter? He's got he'll have a bit more by the end of the turn.
Yeah, he only needs 80K.
What'll happen here is Maleous can take the lab that his 7 HP infantry is near, or 7 HP tank is on. He can probably get that lab. And maybe Tigris isn't even thinking about it because he's not, the greatest.
Wow.
And, well, he's not a high-rated player. And one of those infantry should be able to start a capture on the middle there. And I think he can, although he won't get it immediately, I think he can, with all the units there and everything being killed, he can take the city on the right.
Yeah.
It would have been a major turn.
It's definitely a play. Tigris 100% gets the power in response.
No,
anti-air kills this infantry. Bomber
no,
hits this, fighter hits this bomber. Medium tank hits the medium tank.
Fighter hits what bomber?
On the left-hand side. You just have the anti-air come. He just kills this 9 health infantry on the plains.
What?
Over here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
But he doesn't get the charge.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Fighter hits bomber.
He doesn't get the charge. His Von Bolt and his 2 powers have been gone through. This is the 3rd power.
He only needs 80K. He's already taking a ton. And you have medium tank on medium tank. Fighter hits a bomber. I'm not sure how much damage he took this turn, but I imagine it was a lot.
It was a decent amount. He doesn't get it though. Unfortunate for him. Womp womp.
that is definitely quite the attack.
You guys can do the math if you want. Maybe I was wrong.
Oh, we'll see how much he just gets here. So,
well, Maleous does a different turn though.
Yeah.
I have it in the move planning if you want to see that.
Move planner won't tell the charge.
Oh, you're right. The improved move planner will though.
It doesn't even do that.
It does. You just have to do math.
Yeah, you can do it manually.
Yeah, you just compare the unit value he has and do charge,
Yeah. Bam. So this does guarantee this capture over here. Okay, we have a nice 2-hit KO. The infantry off.
So my move planner says that he goes down to 17,000 or 170,000 rather.
You only did like 20K or 25K? Oops, I skipped the... No, I didn't. There we go. Ex Machina.
That's Maleous' turn though.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's not 25K, it's less than that because some of it is done by power, like his...
That's true.
Yeah, so you don't count that. So the AA, the bomber, etc.
So if it was somewhat similar in damage to what.
Yeah, he could have
I
won
guess
the game.
Tigris can't reach.
He could have definitely won the game there. I think it would have put him in it, but this turn here is not good. The one he did is not good.
The fighter on the fighter hit.
Let's see what he does. He gets a lot of attacks he wouldn't have had. Like he gets the fighter on a fighter, and he gets a stealth attack, where he could have gotten a stealth attack.
The fighter on the fighter wouldn't happen, but this one down here would, and the fighter on the bomber would still happen. And I don't remember if your anti-air was exposed to being sacrificed into there.
No, it wasn't.
Because that was 9K.
Well, I guess
4,
it
5,
was.
6. I guess this anti-air can sacrifice itself.
He could have.
The anti-air could sacrifice itself into the medium tank.
But look here. Look here. The attack, the fighter on the right-hand side would not have happened. And that's where most of his charge is coming from. The 3 retaliation damage plus the 10,000 or whatever it is damage he did to Maleous. That's a big chunk right there. And he doesn't get it. And the other thing he doesn't get is he doesn't get the free artillery on the medium tank.
That's true.
So that's another huge chunk. He doesn't get it. He was barely on the edge even with Maleous's turn. He doesn't get it. It's like it's a beautiful thing.
It's a beautiful thing.
Because what would have happened was then he could have pulled the stealth fighter back and magneted.
Yeah.
Instead he gets blasted, and he gets blasted with his stealth fighter, which is a free kill now.
That was very painful. Let's get these 2 properties. So it's up 2K briefly.
And now Maleous is just, there's no returning from this. I'm sad to say.
Maleous really wishes this was a day 29 limit.
Yes, or something like that. He would have won it.
Or even just a day 30 limit would do it.
Yeah, he would have won if it was day 30.
Or was it a draw if it's day 30? Or no, Tigris is a hidden labs. Day 35 is very weird. Okay, lots of 1 health units. The stealth is the bomber is to come in now.
I don't know what you mean by that, Flaw Dog. Yeah, free kill on the stealth. It's bad. He was impatient, I think. If he had more patience and played this previous turn better, I think he could have won using the day limit.
It would be tough, but I see what you're saying. Okay, so yeah, you can see all these 1 health units get picked off because, well, they're 1 health and the infantry can just kill them. It's just time to fall back. Fighter zooms around. Not sure why the fighter went over there.
There's not much good tactically here now. It's kind of just overpowering. He's overpowering Maleous. He's more than half in unit value down.
Yeah. Maleous gets the bomber and then resigns. I think that's fair.
Yeah.
It was actually somehow doing kind of okay in the unit count. But the vehicles are just way too injured.
That was a really good game, though. I enjoyed that one.
It was certainly quite the bloodbath. And you got to see how strong the magnets are in the Von Bolt mirror.
Yeah, you need them. If it's possible, sometimes not possible to make them, though, you know?
Yeah. GG.
And a very well done stealth, besides the end. Before the end, though, it was good.
But the stealth didn't. I mean, the stealth did stuff just by being the pressure.
Just by existing, it causes fear and terror, and you don't know what you're doing. You know, you don't even have to build an APC.
You just hang out by your airport. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yes, that's true. And the winner of this match,
Go,
which is an ongoing game right now. I think it just started.
Tigris was asking for help, apparently. for the match versus you.
Help versus the match.
Yeah.
Help with the match versus me.
Yeah.
You don't need help to fight me.
Yeah, you need antidepressants.
Wow. It's fun to fight me. Everyone loves fighting me.
I do. I like fighting you.
I always have such a scrappy...
Everybody else is afraid, but I don't know why.
I have such a scrappy style, you know? Fight, 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 fight.
Oh, is that what happened, Maleous?
Oh, you'd ask. I see, I see. You morphing versus Go7. It's not so bad. It's not so bad. Well, thank you for the guest commentary there, Mr.Greensuit. We could definitely tell you were
welcome.
Everybody
should donate.
Everyone should donate. True. You can join my Patreon too.
Yep, there's a button and everything. Look at that.
I know, how fancy. It was very clear that you were following this game very closely.
I did. I put it on follow and I watched it and I loved it.
Yeah.
I wanted Maleous to win though. Now I would help him beat you, if it was possible. Good night.
Yeah, good night. Let me turn the music on for myself. So Mr.Greensuit is a very strong player. Definitely a little harsh, I would say, but that's just more of my style, I guess. But he is the one that taught me how to play standard, especially with the heavy recon usage. So you guys got to experience what it's like. What makes it so the highest ELO is 1600-ish, though? That's just like natural progression of playing games. The more people that are in the community, the higher the ELO will go up. Yeah, in chess it's very high. There's a lot of players in chess. But that's all going to be based off number of players. Okay, I should look at... the next replay. We've got Waffles. Maybe Advanced Wars by Web needs more players. That is the... more players are always welcome, and that's the expectation with Reboot Camp. We've got Christian 1. This is the High Funds Tournament, round 2. Christian 1 against Waffles. Grit versus Grimm. High Funds. Habits, do you also choose Grimm here? Five faces. Okay. I will say that I think that Grit has a pretty good matchup against Grimm on this map, since there's going to be so many units that can be used as cannon fodder. The one downside that Grit's going to have is the deployment time for indirects is very, very long. They have to go, they don't have great movement, and they have to go around the rivers and through the woods to grandmother's house they go, which is going to slow things down a lot. I would highly, highly, highly recommend going for this airport first, because that will let you build transport copters and high funds, or just if you don't want to build transport copters and battle copters, which are good for Grimm anyway, but will be especially good in high funds, where you can very much afford the units. And you can also use them to put a lot of pressure on indirects. Should we call this 10 bases? No, we do have bases per player, so people don't have to do math. Oh, you're against a top player with Kindle against Andy. Oh my gosh. Okay, so we have the first artillery are being built here for Waffles. The corners here are a big deal. As you'll notice, there's only 2 spots to land. So if you have an infantry on these cities, then the other person cannot unload an infantry. Now, for other COs, it can be kind of annoying to clear this off using indirects. For Grit, it's very easy to clear the cities with indirects, so it's not going to be as effective. A blocking maneuver. Waffles goes for a tank. I would probably get Copter. Or I guess the Copter requires a base skip. Going for a T-Copter. Might be just feeling like it's a little too vulnerable. We just have lots and lots of tanks for Grimm here. They are going to be very effective at killing off these infantry if they get the chance. And, oh my gosh, we are into the artillery spam. I would not shy away from building anti-air at this point as Grimm, because that will be, of course, be really good for clearing out the walls, but you will also be able to anticipate any air being built from this lone airport. And since the travel time for your land vehicles is so much slower than the air vehicles, you really need the prophylactic anti-airs. I'm sure we'll see the famous 5 times already build. Yeah. Here comes the transport copter. It's kind of a race. For most COs, it's going to take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is it 3 turns? 4 turns to make the transport copter reach the corner islands. For Sammy, she gets there a whole turn earlier, which is nice. But that means that both players are kind of in a race to gain these corner cities, and we have a tank come in here and take its first harassment shot, and you can see it's very hard to defend this. Like, tank goes to here, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's like 3 turns out of actually defending its property. You have a infantry picking on this poor artillery down here. Anyone have betting odds on Grit building a missile? It's possible. It would be really rough because, like I was saying, the reinforcement route is absolutely brutal. So the missile would need to have air pressure coming in from Grimm to really pay off. The transport copter just unloads another transport copter. Makes sense. Be a transport copter per island would be my guess. For some reason this guy didn't do anything, which is very weird. Well, that's gonna leave these exposed to getting beat up. I'd prefer if they kind of retreated, trying to get in range of maybe like these indirects. I don't think that's possible. This area is just way too vulnerable for Grit to defend right now. These tanks are going to be able to get away with murder. His infantry decides to stay here and shoot this guy. Looks like this one went for the shot on a city infantry. We are just in full-on tank spam. So if you're playing Grit in this case, you need to build something that can block off these tanks. Otherwise, you'll just get overrun. Copters can... Oh, we have the ×5, the quintuple artillery build. You can use like copters to try and block off the tanks, but that's going to be vulnerable to Grimm's own copters, so medium tanks would usually be the unit of choice. I'm sorry, it's just the arty party. This will be a nightmare to crack later on, but you can see how slow it is. And all of these properties are going to be able to be contested by Grimm pretty easily. Even right here. Sadly for Grit, Grimm can kind of ignore this tank. The triple tank is very capable of just soaking this one hit and then killing it off. Yeah, Grimm's starting to get these anti-airs now. Looks like Grimm doesn't want to just take this hit, but this isn't actually stopping you from attacking in with these two tanks. I guess it's just this one tank. This guy attack? I just moved down. Okay. Like this guy can come in here and attack. You don't mind if this this tank like hits you. I don't think there's a great block. Maybe the T-Copter can do some sort of block that isolates the tanks. I'm just missing that. I think Grimm's too passive over here. I think that Grimm should have sent the transport copter with the infantry to the right-hand side. You really don't want to send it to the side with all of these artillery. But we'll see. As long as Grimm can stop Grit from getting the artillery here, should be fine. 1, 2, 3, 4. If this artillery is able to set up shop on that shoal, then all of these cities will be locked down. Looks like Grimm's going to make it there in time, though. Another nice free attack for Grimm here. Decides to start running away from these artillery. I think it's totally fine to just attack over here with the tanks. Giving way too much respect to this Grit tank. Even if it wasn't a Grit tank, I would attack in. Got 3 tanks. There's only 1 defending. But especially since it's a Grit tank, it has minus 20% attack. There's nothing to fear. And then we have the Neo tank coming out. Neo tank's fine. I would probably stick to more light vehicles until Grit really forces me to tech up. Because the tanks are going to be more threatening than the Neo tank necessarily will be against a swarm of artillery. I prefer to stick to light vehicles and maybe tech up in the air. Get some fighters. Grimm is playing Advanced Wars, Grit is playing World War I. Some more pickoffs for Grimm here. Neo tank is on its way. You can also, of course, invest in mega tanks because they're very resistant to indirect fire. A nice little boosty here. Even as Grimm, you can do some mega tank shenanigans. We have an attack in here, which hits this infantry, clears it off, then sends these 2 tanks in. One getting a shot on the artillery on the comm tower. This is going to be pretty risky. All 3 of these can shoot vehicles, which is what Grit really likes. I guess the idea is trying to stop this from being interrupted. But the other thing, there's a lot of reinforcing artillery are coming in here. So on the following turns, it's going to be pretty tough for Grimm to make a lot of progress at the current vehicle count, because most of Grimm's tanks are up here. They're being a little too scared. You can see like how many artillery just showed up. This guy should probably fire and interrupt this capture. I'm not sure what's going on with that. decide to just not attack. Well, that gives Grimm a property. And Grimm is going to have a very, very, very healthy income lead. It'll more than make up for losing out on some tanks there. And then looks like we're going to have Grimm's trying to start some sort of fight over here, which I think is probably a good idea. Just problem here is it's just going to force a single infantry to interrupt. If you can somehow set something up to just like attack this group of units that's very isolated, then that would work very well. This is going to be really difficult to deal with right now. We do have the fighters coming out for both players. We have a Grimm bomber, which I don't think is necessary, but that's okay. Lots and lots of artillery. No rockets, actually. Rockets would probably be still pretty useful. Grimm is just kind of moving back over here. There we go. Lots of tanks. A little too scared, I think. Actually, I'll move the anti-air here. Okay. He's definitely a little too scared on this right-hand side, I would say. Now Grit's kind of falling back enough that it would make sense not to attack. But on this left-hand side, the wall of death is approaching. So Grimm can try to position these units to be more like over here, and then can do like a front switch and try and sandwich these forces. He wants. Transport copter is making its way over here to get these two cities. Up 26,000 funds, which you would think would kind of be like a game-winning amount. And it kind of is if Grimm decides to start pumping out a ton of mega tanks. But as you can see, Grit's like, I'm fine just building artillery, so I don't really need more money than build 5 artillery in an air unit. Which is what he's got. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we'll see how effective these Neotanks prove to be, but they're still very vulnerable to artillery. Yeah, Grit needs 39k for 5 artillery and a copter. He's got 42. Which gives just enough money to build some more anti-airs. There's currently only 1 anti-air for this entire army of Grit. These 2 copters are kind of on the fringes. I have no idea what's going on over here. This looks like a huge blunder. There is no way that Grimm can't do just a ridiculous amount of damage here. Even has the normal power available. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, these tanks will one-shot infantry. Can we just use infantry? Anti-air. 4, 5, 6. Well, this looks like definitely attack in territory to me. A lot of tanks they can just gobble up. It might not be as good as it looks because Christian doesn't attack. Keeps falling back over here. Christian's reached the unit count limit. Deletes an infantry to build a Neotank. And falls back. Okay. Well, we'll see what Grit does here. Because also reaching the unit count limit. We might see infantry get deleted. Definitely this 1 health infantry would be a good candidate to either join it or delete it. We get the mega tank built. So we have 33 artillery on the field. Against 28 tanks. 4 more infantry for Grimm. Alright. Well, at this point, we've entered into, for anyone that played StarCraft 2, we've entered into Swarm Host versus Swarm Host Zerg. Just sitting at max unit count doing nothing. Oh, attack's just banking up more and more cash. If one copter goes down, Christian's able to delay this capture. Waffles is like, you have failed to capture that city. You are gone. Should probably have at least attacked the copter to get some damage. Some chip. Okay, well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 infantry on this front. Infantry goes into the black boat. Christian kills off a battle copter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's still definitely a massive attack that could happen over here. Not as good as the previous one, but it could happen. Looks like we're falling back some more. Oh my gosh. Oh, no, oh, oh. Some battle copters decide to attack. You can see if Grimm uses the normal power, we'll be one-shotting these artillery. Which is what would happen over here as well with these Grimm tanks. We just one-shot these artillery, which is why it would be such a scary breakthrough. Oh. Oh no. There are Grimm units standing in range of the super snipe. Neo tank gets blasted. Bam, bam, bam. Ooh. Black boat's being threatened. Black boat's gone, which makes this attack much scarier. Over here, the artillery's get to have some very nice free shots. Not quite free shots. Fighter for a strike, and that's the only anti-air actually that can deal with this fighter that's going to be threatening this bomber. So that was a very good turn for Grit. Good thing he's got all that cash to replace the units. Yes, that's a 182k. Definitely build 5 mega tanks. And then like a fighter. You're always going to be capped off on your production capabilities. So it's like you might have all the money in the world, but you're still limited to 5 bases. I don't know why these 2 tanks got built in comparison to just being Neo tanks. Okay, we have a Knuckle Duster. Oh. Okay, well, I'm not liking this Knuckle Duster so far. Let's see what happens down here. Looks like we'll have a breakthrough to kill this anti-air, which will be good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Anti-air lives at 1. Tanks. Do some good damage. This is the kind of thing that should have happened over here a while ago. Okay. Trying to thin some of the artillery out of here. All these attacking units will get taken out except for some of the copters. This is something you have to accept when you're attacking a giant artillery ball like this. The downside of Grimm attacking into it is now, of course, Grit's getting more charge off of this. But there's still lots and lots of tanks up here. So there's still the potential for a really good breakthrough, kill all these artillery, and then take the lab. Is probably Grimm's plan. Rocket is pretty good. It almost reaches this lab with a grit super. What Grimm should focus on over here is, for one, you just can't kill these artillery anymore. So definitely try and take out as many infantry as you can to stop them from taking the lab. There's our quintuple neo-tank build and a fighter, as one does. Then we have a knuckle duster. This must be to do an attack down here. Kill off a ton of artillery. You can see even the artillery in the woods gets one-shotted with just the normal power. Okay. One-shot neo-tank on a city with the bomber. Attack, yeah, go for the capture. Really wishes that there was more than just 4 infantry over here. But you can see that now that Grimm's actually going for it, the breakthrough is massive. All of these artillery are dying. In fact, every single one in range of this lab dies, which is mighty good. And then just huge walls. Got the super snipe. The rocket can't help this, I don't think. Maybe it can. There might be some kind of breakthrough that lets copter and fighter kill this copter, for instance. Lab gets started over here for grit. It kind of comes down to whether or not Waffles can find a way to stop this comm tower. Having to shoot that neo-tank is already a bad sign. Oh, I see. The plan was to break through over here instead. That worked. I guess that makes more sense than my plan. Yeah. There's 1, 2... Oh no, you can do this, right? You can go... Tank kills tank. Mega tank kills neo tank. Well, it probably doesn't actually kill neo tank. It might. Rocket kills tank, and then you can have fighter, copter kills copter, and then infantry interrupts the lab. I guess you could go mega tank and infantry to try and kill this. The respectful and the turn to let Christian get the lab capture. I respect it. I respect it. GG. So yeah, when you have that many tanks, you should just and like the artillery. The problem that Grit has over here is that it's so difficult for Grit to reinforce this with indirects. Only a single base is responsible for all of this. All 4 of these, you know, they reinforce here, and like it's a huge travel time to get up here. But GG came down to those lab captures. Okay. Next we have Spiery versus Havits. The one and only. No pipe runner for concession. Okay. I don't think I know this map. We have a Jess mirror, which is pretty exciting. Everyone's got bad infantry. It's Havits. Hey, I know you. You're the habits person. There we go. Yeah, sometimes the replay viewer has like a weird line that goes through the map, but if you zoom in or zoom out and then back in, it goes away. Oh, we're not voting on who wins. Oh, you're right. You are right. Let us do that. Does habits win? I'll ask my community. Do people believe in habits? Is habits the best, the mighty, the best Jess player? I don't think this is a global league game. Habits, is this like a tournament game, or is this like a map testy game? You'll wait to see Habits' vote. This is a global league game? Is this high funds or something? This is a wild standard map. Oh, that's standard. I guess I just haven't played in a while. The best Jess player. People believe in habits. On the poll there. Road to freedom. Okay. I know I gotta get back into standard. Okay. Huh. So, now I do recognize this map. So I think it might be better to... It probably is better to not go for this capture right away. Instead, just go here, move this infantry here, and then capture both of these at the same time. Because you do delay this property by a single turn. But you speed this one up by a turn, so it's fine. And this one is a better base than this one is. You need the name of this song? You can try Aha or those kind of programs. You looked at it but decided not to be fancy. I think it's just better from what I'm seeing. For player 2, at least. We'll see. This base just looks so much worse to me than this one. Because this guy has a this base has a capture right away, and it has a capture that you line up in 2 turns. This one's only capturing 2 turns is like this, which is also another capture that this base gets right away. It's very awkward. Now this guy has to go down here. Yeah, I definitely understand the artillery wanting to be built so you can make this base not really bad. And I don't see a very good punish to go for. I guess the labs here are unguarded. There might be some sort of... I don't think there's like an APC reaction to artillery that would make it in time. So both players go for the artillery first. I assume to break this pipe seam. Interesting positioning here rather than in this forest. I prefer to be in the forest because it's closer to the front lines, but maybe there's a plan to move on from here to go for this pipe seam next. And we have a transport copter. Ooh. So that's something that either Habits can try and match, which is what happens. The usually the second transport opener is going to be slightly weaker than the first because now if Spiery wants, they can react with like double recon or something to to the transport copter being built, and then this one will just kind of go unpunished. Oh, interesting. Never mind. This is to hit this black boat. That makes more sense as to why it wasn't in this forest then. And Habits is going to do the same thing over here. They really wanted that harbor right away. I think, I mean, that's fine. I think breaking the pipe seam might be better. Yeah, you can, like, this is a capture you can kind of get whenever. If you break this down, like if you break this down right away, it's huge pressure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's recon movement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2 turns, and you're already ready to interrupt that. This is where you differ now with your T-copter strats. That's true. You're wrapping around this way. This one's going down into the middle. Okay. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter. Arguably, you can move the black boat to try and keep it alive, but I don't think you really care if you keep it alive. It's not like you could be blocking production off of the harbor. That's a very weird harbor. You wanted to charge too, yeah. It doesn't really do anything else. Oh no! Habits is outdone. Spiery has outrolled Habits. And there wasn't even a tank built or anything. Now there's a tank. Yeah, that sounds... To me, that sounds like maybe some flawed map design there. But that's okay. You can see if Habits had focused on killing this, it could actually have denied this, this city. And the same on the flip side over here, if Spiery had focused on taking out this pipe seam, like double artillery shot tank, and then recon comes out, would be denying these cities from Habits. Then you can work on the black boat. That was an interesting little maneuver here. So it comes down to block to make it so Habits can't use an infantry to interrupt this capture, can't wrap around this way, and can't go on this mountain. It's a pretty nice little thing, and it's still threatening to go for this capture. Already at a disadvantage. Oh. Guess that's okay. Goes for this. And then you just use both artillery next turn, maybe. Looks like that's going to go for freeing these. It sends the tank over here. I would probably have shot this pipe seam and just killed this off with a tank. Maybe it does matter because you don't get there in time otherwise. So that's not bad. Center property captured for Spiery here. Pipe seam gets blown up. Now the deployment is very quick. Straight into the middle, which is very good because Spiery is already starting these captures and wants to threaten Habits' own. Ooh, we have a very fancy setup here for Habits to get this harbor next turn. Although I don't think this artillery kills this in 2 shots. So maybe no, that doesn't work with the anti-air either. I don't know. All right, no, I see a tank. I see. Of course. It's going to be artillery shot, build a tank, and the next turn artillery shot plus tank clears the pipe seam, and then the infantry goes for the harbor. Okay, there we go. There we go. 52 people watching. You'd like to see at least 52 likes. I'd appreciate it too. I like the forward anti-air usage that Habits has here. All of these infantry and these properties completely exposed to it. And then down here, Spiery has a really good attack. Yeah, Grimm has a 2-hit KO on pipe seams with artillery, which is really good. Okay. So it looks like Spiery might opt for breaking this pipe seam instead of this one. Is that right? That is right. It's pretty interesting. I do favor Habits' choice here, but I think I understand why Spiery doesn't want to go for it. So the advantage here is you break this pipe seam and then you get to go for this capture right away. And the disadvantage is now your airport is forever open from this side. And it's a lot easier for your opponent to get an anti-air to try and lock it down. Is what I would imagine the disadvantage to it is. Although it does also let this base deploy out this way, so it's probably perfectly safe. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I really don't like that this pipe seam has taken so long to get destroyed. But it looks like Habits is fine on this front, even without this, because Spiery decided to attack down here. Let's see, Spiery gets this comm tower, defends it well, then she kind of groups these guys up. Habits was also having a nice little protective surround on this guy. And we have a Neo tank from Spiery. And Habits catches up on these central property captures. Looks like Habits was thinking about this one for a while, which I find interesting. Might have been thinking about infantry here, and then go for this capture to try and wall in the comm tower. But that's not needed. Nothing can reach there. So there might have been something on the mind, or it could have been just forget to capture it right away. It's not like there's a rush on capturing properties. Unless you're Kindle going for the super. Oh, hi. We have the mega tank. So Jess has pretty decent mega tanks, of course, because she kind of answers their fuel and ammo problem with her power, and she also answers their movement problem with her power, which is really good. And the other thing that's nice about mega tanks is they one-shot pipe seams. So I imagine next turn is going to go over here and just break this. And oh, I see. And it's just going to be the answer to this Neo tank. Okay. This is a very high funds standard map. Ooh, we've already entered into multiple mega tanks here. Okay, and we have an attack down here. Goes for this property. That's a pretty fearsome attack. The vehicles are kind of exposed to being hit, but that's a lot of backup thanks to the open pathway here. And you can see this harbor actually hasn't been captured yet. Spiery hasn't found a time to send one infantry around. So Habits should be able to find some sort of compensation on this side, which it looks like he is. Sends one 3 HP infantry here to delay this capture. We have Neo tank and Mega tank. Brings up this artillery, decides not to try and attack into this. I don't think that would have worked out well, so probably a good call. Stacking the 3 health infantry is probably fine. It does hurt the unit count over here and makes it harder to wall, which could be a problem, but economically wise, it's definitely going to pay off because the 3 health infantry is worth 300, while delaying this capture is worth 2,000. Yeah, it had nowhere to go. It was here. It was here. 1, 2, 3. Can't quite cover it. But yeah, it's fine to economically, it's fine to have little sacrifices like that. Another mega tank. Okay, so we're entering into some mega tank spam. Potentially. Interesting. So have it steps off of this city to cover the forest to stop a 2-hit KO from, I guess, this tank here and this tank here. Okay, never mind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I might be trying to play around the Jess power. It's fine. And down here we have a push forward with this mega tank, which is very fearsome on this side. It does have a little bit to worry about, and that Spiery did answer with their own mega tank. But there is indeed no anti-air capabilities over here for Spiery, so this bomber is a pretty serious threat. And it would be pretty... I imagine that stealths are not banned on this map, so it would be pretty funny if both players start entering into stealth mega tank compositions. Yeah, there's arty parties. Yeah, 4 over here? Is this high funds? I thought this was a normal standard game. Oh, it must be high funds. I just thought that the 2 bases were captured. I was told it was standard. Oh, never mind then. I was like, man, you guys are making a lot of money for standard. That does change things quite a bit. That actually makes this even more important to break down. Because denying these properties in high funds with recon harassment would be so good. Okay, so this mega tank charges on forward. And we have the turbo charge after some engagements. Nicely blocking off the top here. Tanks break on through and then cover it up with artillery. Infantry getting in the way of this Neo tank. Lots of artillery are getting brought in over here. Then we have the attack down here. Tags the artillery, hits a single tank. Uses the bomber as a blocker with recon as one as well. I think this anti-air killed a copter. Then we have the battleship built. That is a spicy battleship. Jess battleships have minus 10% attack, which isn't that big of a deal for a battleship. And it does get some really good control over the center here. So we'll see how that works out. We do have the super from Spiery, which will let this mega tank get involved. One shot that artillery. Attack down here, one shot another artillery. Just decides to attack this tank. Interesting. I think there was a play here. Maybe not. How much does this do? Oh, yeah, probably not. I was thinking there might be like a sacrificial attack that could kill this tank. And then the anti-air could hit this infantry. I guess it probably doesn't kill that infantry, so it doesn't matter. Well, look at that Neo tank move. Zoom. Takes out that tank. Breakthrough over here. Mega tank gets to hit the copter. Artillery have to back off. Nothing's in range to hit this battleship. So Havitz is definitely going to win this front over here. It's going to come down to whether or not Havitz is able to hold over here. We have Battleship to answer Battleship. Okay. Habits does get some very nice artillery shots. It gets to attack in here using the Neo tank. Just regular vehicles. The bomber kills off a tank. Battleship shoots a tank. Infantry hits a tank. It lives. Okay, well, the bomber looks very vulnerable to me. So I imagine that's just gonna die. And over here, we're moving some units around. There's a Neo tank. Kill off that tank. Make sure to block off and go for this capture. Very nice. I guess it matters where this guy's got range. I would probably put the 6 health infantry right here to make it more difficult to break through this capture. If the battleship ends up shooting that, then you're pretty happy. Okay. Neo tank's sort of pinned in here. Anti-air goes for that hit. Mega tank making sure to give itself some more ammo. It's low on ammo, but there's nothing over here from Habits currently that's very threatening for it. So that's okay. Bomber goes down. Rest in peace. Anti-air gets to kill off a copter. Neo tank kills off the infantry. Mega tank just retreats because of Habits' own mega tank. Currently zoning each other. Ooh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, that's a very bad spot to put that mega tank. So I imagine what's going to happen this turn is Habits is going to absolutely destroy this. It's going to be pop the turbocharge, clear the way, probably even clear the way this way. Or is that not possible? So the anti-air has to kill this. You can have the Neo tank kill an infantry. You can't clear it this way. You have to clear it this way. Anti-air kills this. Neo tank kills this. You can use 2 tanks to kill this. Mega tank hits mega tank. APC is overdue for the mega. It's fine. They're Jess. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You have to clear this way. The battleship can't hit these, but the vehicles can clear this up pretty easily. Doesn't even have to use the Neo tank to infantry do it. And this is going to hurt a lot. Like so. Is it the mega tanks hit mega tanks at the same rate that copters hit copters? It's something like that. You've been seeing a lot of ads in my videos lately. I was worried about that. I have the mid-roll ads on, but if they're too annoying, I'm totally fine with taking those off. It was like a 95 to 100 something roll. Yeah. Mega tanks are the bane of mega tanks. Yeah, with overdrive. I want to say they hit at like 65% normally. Now keep the ads overflowing. Okay. That was a very good turn. Because Habits is pretty much winning over here, and that breakthrough does a ton of damage to Spiery. It also leaves these properties really exposed. Oh my gosh, this is okay. So this is a 2 ammo mega tank. So what Spiery can do here, and probably should, is sack this 1 health tank in. And then you can either decide to sack in this anti-air, which is probably the right choice. So this has no ammo, and then you can hit it and potentially kill it with the Neo tanks on the super. Like so. And then I guess with the battlecopter support it would do it. And then this wouldn't be a 3 health Neo tank. And then you get to use your artillery instead on this Neo tank, which would do wonders for trying to reclaim this area. Because as is, Havage is going to get a really nice strike. But we'll see. Should also block off this side. There we go, the fighter does it. Although that's open to being hit. Your opponent gets a 93 to 102 roll. Oh, right here. You always gotta anticipate the worst there. Told you ABC was overdue for habits. That's fair. I mean, it didn't matter in this case. It would have been just a very tiny amount of chip. No, there wouldn't even be any chip on this Neo tank. But yeah, there was definitely an ammo play to win that back. Over here, I mean, it's very unfortunate that fell. The Habits is still going to get control of this area, especially like right here. Habits is moving on to this city, which is perhaps going to give Spiery like this false sense of security, because oftentimes when someone moves onto a city and starts capping, you just instantly think, oh, they're for next turn they're just going to finish that capture. But what Habits is probably going to do is walk up and take the comm tower. Which will be really good. A lot more impactful than a single property at this stage in the game. Kills off that infantry. Builds a nice lander. Oh, I didn't even think about that. That is really good. So now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Build a Neo tank. Build an anti-air. Pop it right into that lander. Drop it off way up here. And then when you do that, you then build like a rocket or a mega tank, and then you can meet those as you're returning back. That will be very, very good. That is a strong, strong lander buy. We have a transport copter down here. That is pretty good. I'd probably prefer to build an infantry here, and then you move it to here, and then you move the transport copter to here, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Oops. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then you're able to drop off right into the middle. Battleship steps off of the harbor. A bomber would also be a very sensible buy. Put pressure on the... or I guess not right now because there's this fighter. Oh, Habits just retreated over here. It's fine. So Habits should 100% go for the comm tower here. There we go. Like I said, that was the whole plan. It's always... I wouldn't say always, but it's a very effective strategy. I like this block off. I was just about to say there might be an if Spiery had built a copter here, there'd be a very fancy move where the mega tank goes over here, breaks this pipe seam, and then the copter can interrupt. But there isn't even a copter there, so that's fine. A very tricky play. To heal up this anti-air, very good. Retreat over here. There's a single infantry. Ooh. Ooh, okay, so Habits has different plans. It's just going to be a single boost of this tank and then set itself up to pick up mega tanks right away. Rather than wait a turn for deployment stuff. You were praying for no air unit. And like no tank here, basically. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess it would take a power. Okay. Habits. Oh no, the battleship's under attack. Habits is probably pretty happy about that. The amount of funds this is going to drain is somewhat inconsequential when you're making 40k, but the amount of charge it's going to give you can matter a lot. And because it's going to give, these attacks are going to give Habits twice as much charge as they give to Spiery, it could definitely matter for some power cutoffs. There we go. Habits now has the double comm tower. Neotank comes over here, kills off an infantry. Mega tank gets brought up, put into a safer place so that there isn't some, like if it was here, excuse me, if it was right here, then Spiery could use the normal power, get a really good swing. Anti-air goes in to kill that infantry, 100% agree. You can see there's no infantry on the right hand side now for Spiery, which is going to force, there's one on the way, which is going to force Spiery to build infantry if they want to get any of the stuff back, which will weaken the reinforcements here. Now what Spiery can do is build infantry and then build more battleships, which would be pretty funny. And here we can see Habits just backing up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, there is a setup with a Jess normal power to kill this Neo tank, which could be bad, but it's probably fine. Battleship gets that hit. This is a Neo tank on the city, so it's kind of doing just fine. Okay, the Mega tank just decides to scoot forward a single tile. Looks like the bomber's going to be used to try and break this pipe seam. No, doesn't want to break that pipe seam. Okay, just brings this battlecopter back because the fighter was threatening it. Didn't even really need to build the fighter. But it's fine to do so. I mean, there are, of course, bombers on the field. How fast is my internet up and down? I'm not sure. I can post that on the Discord, I guess. It's pretty good though. It's a lot better than it has been in the past. Why is the stream lagging? Oh. Here we go. There's actually only 2 ammo on this mega tank. So here we can see Habits sacrifices a 5 health recon, a 3 health tank. Both of those take a vehicle, an anti-vehicle shell or whatever from this mega tank. So now it can only has its machine gun fire. And it will just get 2-shotted by Neo tanks. Pop. Pop. They take no damage back. Well, they take some damage. They take chip damage back, like an infantry attack. And then we have anti-air comes in, kills this fighter. Neo tank comes in and hits this Neo tank. Tank comes in, finishes off that artillery. I'm not sure if the artillery should have been finished off or the tank should have just killed this infantry. But I mean, that's fine. It's not like it's bad. And then back up over here. Okay. Make sure that gotta make sure this mega tank can't reach Habits' own mega tank. Then we have another fighter built to deal with all the bombers. So right now Habits is in a very good spot, up 8k and has both comm towers. So there are going to be some losses over here. Whoa! Spiery deletes the battleship for some reason. That's something that I don't understand. And attacks in here. So I think that's just, it's just a resign thing. I would have, okay. Usually when someone does that, they then resign immediately. But yeah, Habits was very far ahead there. GG. I really liked the play for this. I liked to see the breakthrough on the Megatank on Megatank hit and draining the ammo from the Megatank. Habits showing off how to play the game in style. Jess wins. And both players had a Jess battleship. I think Habits ended up getting a lot more shots off. This one, like, cleared the city. Or like, cleared the way for an attack. Belief in Habits justified, I know. Believers rewarded. Okay. Next we have AryaFireheart versus Eixas. Another Jess. Okay. Start a poll. Will Arya... This map is nice. Got yellow comment. This is the static. This is the map that I tested out Humeda's idea of building a lander from this harbor to deploy units faster from these bases into the middle. And it worked out pretty well. I did that game was a double transporcopter opening into the lander in the mid game. That was against Llama Sama, I believe. Llama Sama. No, Grimm. It's true, Grimm does break these pipes a turn sooner. Ooh, people believe in Arya. I do believe Arya still plays. I believe Arya is Roro. Oh my gosh, people believe. You're getting slowly invested into it. Well, thank you. Oh, whoa. Roro is Saxy? I have them mixed up. Or not Saxy. Eixas? I thought Roro was... I'm so sorry, Roro. I think it might have been the Cobalt Ice. Pick White Nova for you. Okay, fine. The traitor. The traitor. All right. Penguins fight the White Nova. People believe in Arya. The penguin power. Let us see. We have Koal versus Jess. So I chose Koal on this map. To harass down here very effectively in some of the middle fights, but mostly for the corner fights. We'll see if that's the same true for White Nova. We have many... Let's look at this. Okay, so the idea is to move out this way first. Get the harbor and then chain over here. Sure. It's going to slow down the middle capture out a little bit, but it looks like both players went for it, so it's fine. And we have the APC. Very nice. APC opener is a lot of fun on this map. It can be used either to try and take the corners, or it can be used to accelerate into the center. Roro is on that 50 tier, yeah. Roro is a white Nova infiltrator. So AryaFireheart builds an artillery, which is going to probably be used to free this other artillery. So you kind of get 2 artillery for 1. It's something you have to keep in mind on this map, is to check how their pipe seam's doing on health. Because if you see it going down, you know you're going to have a really good tempo swing against them. Because their reinforcements are kind of occupied freeing their artillery. So you can have a window where you can get usually get something done. But then after that window, your opponent's going to have 2 artillery. So you'll need to be careful after that. See, we have some very nice boosts coming out here. This is lining up very well. Boost to here, and this guy's already set up to hop in. You get brought down either down into the corner, or it can be brought into the middle. Either going into the middle or into the corner to some degree, you do also set yourself up to have the APC land here, which lets you boost to go for this property, and then also be ready to pick up another infantry. There's some very fancy capture routes on this map, and when you go for the APC opener, you usually get a very nice economic lead. Especially against this artillery opener, which isn't going to be able to put very much pressure on the APC opener. So in this case, you're not the APC is not going to get this boost down here, but that's okay. Instead, it goes to this mountain, which will let you go for either of these very, very contested properties. There's a whole swath of transport openings that you can go for in fog games. It's more than just build a transport. You have to like figure out what route you want to go with it. Okay, so this pipe seam, I imagine, breaks next turn, it looks like. I thought it would have broken this turn, but it's okay. I guess no tank came over and hit it. The tank went up here instead. Okay. So Arya's kind of moving up here. The recon doesn't see anything right now, but it should feel a little bit scared because it doesn't have any support. So it kind of has a choice. It can either move down into the middle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which I would like if it could get into range to see this city. But since it can't do that, then I guess it's fine to be up here and go onto this city. That's okay. It does see that there probably wasn't a transport opener here. I guess you'll know there isn't a transport opener because the pipe seems to be getting shot. But you can read into the infantry placements to figure out what your opponent's been doing. And then over here, if you've kind of rushed this city, I would definitely do something to give yourself vision, especially if you've seen the pipe seam getting hit. This is a great chance to move the tank over to spot this the city to see if it's interruptible. I thought Arya would have no tank north because of the day 4 artillery. I probably also would have thought that. The only thing that would have changed my mind is the fact that this pipe seam didn't get finished off by a tank. That would be the only signal to be like, oh, there must be a tank out on the map. Yeah. Definitely check for this city in the future. This is another city where if you can stop it being captured, it's like a nightmare to get back. It's very, very contested. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh, okay. So great intel. The recon spots this tank. No worries. And the artillery is free. looks like Arya is going to go for a huge strong side up here. Every vehicle going over here, and there's just 3 infantry down here. All right. Saxy or Eixas manages to clear the city, but you can see there's lots of infantry around to contest it now, so it's going to be very difficult to try and take it. Yeah, this is the strong. This is the like somewhat extreme case of strong side, weak side in Fog of War. And the main benefit that Arya is going to get out of this is any engagement at all that this army goes into will be at worst an even encounter, and most likely will be able to win on a vehicle count alone, because your opponent's going to have a somewhat similar economic situation as you, so they'll have about the same vehicles as you do, and so they can't like outnumber your forces there. But after you get some gains with your massive amount of vehicles invested on one side, the next step is to then front switch it down to the other side that was primarily infantry. And so your opponent's like responding to where you were, and then you get to strike with your vehicles, and the infantry that are already there can go for the captures. Is the idea. If Eixas gets hold of this, if Roro kind of catches on to what's going on here, then you want to start investing in very heavy vehicles to try and fight off the swarm of lighter ones. That's where like Neo tanks would come in. Okay. Tank attack, infantry attack. Ooh. Going for the captures, attacking in here. The one thing I'll say is that AryaFireheart, while these attacks, they make a lot of sense, keeping all the units together so they can cover each other. There isn't a recon with this, which is going to leave these units kind of precarious. They're never going to be quite sure what they might be charging into, because they could still run into bad encounters if like artillery are in place, or if like anti are putting themselves in range of tanks, for instance. Okay, so Eixas comes over here, manages to interrupt that capture, has the APC picking up mechs, very nice. It's another interrupt over here, hit that infantry and then reveal this anti-air. This is kind of a tough situation, I'd say, but ideally the tank gets to strike from the city, so it's the unit that's nice and safe. But to do that, these infantry would have to kind of expose themselves, because 2 would have to kill this one, and then the 3rd one steps here to reveal the anti-air. Which is definitely kind of a risk-reward kind of thing. You'd be like, these infantry are probably going to die, but it keeps my tank safer. Which is, it's kind of a give and take. Yeah, Arya did kind of uncoordinate the army a little bit there, but this tank is still being able to support either side. And it's going to go up here. Smack. And then these units should probably start falling back to the artillery, which should take up positions like this forest right here. Like so. Looking pretty good. And then as soon as Roro gets intel on how these units have been moving, definitely start attacking down here, because if you see that many vehicles being used, they can't really have much on the other side. So we have the Koal normal power here. Tank dives in, gets to use these roads for some attacks and bonus damage. Like so. Kablam. killed off the anti-air, sees the other anti-airs way over here. Is very good. The mech gets to come out, hit a tank. Arguably, it's better to just kill off this tank rather than injure this tank. But either way is good. The nice thing about killing this tank is then it does open up two sides for the infantry to start getting involved in this fight, which I would like. That's okay. We bust on in here. Nice little artillery boosts. Oh, okay. We've got some walling to go for this capture and also somewhat threatening this HQ. In fact, there's actually nothing over here for Arya to stop this capture or this capture. So these ones are just going to go through. The fight over here is going to be very brutal. I didn't even notice that, but yeah, there's a nice little blocker with the 1 health infantry, keeping this tank pinned in. Ooh, the tank sacrifices itself against this mech. Really get to the super. Ooh, the Neo tank can reach. Kaplow. Oh, that is a good Neo tank. Infantry sacrifices itself there, which is a little interesting. APC, see, APCs, they're nice. Even against the Jess super, it didn't get one-shotted. Finished off. Infantry is able to interrupt the capture. Well, Koal does have the defensive power too, so it might have been a roll. And we have anti-air tank. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, this is oh no, I guess Eixas Robo actually has vision of over this forest, so should know that there's something there, so the tank can't just hit this anti-air like it would love to. This mech is going to get to use all of its ammo. High value mech right there. The infantry, 2 damage. These properties fall. Now the comm tower is at risk. Copters get to come on in. Tank finishes off this unit on the top. Very good harassment. Recons being used very effectively. Copter comes in, hits this tank. We have the bomber as a response to this Neo tank. So we'll see what Arya can get done. It's going to be really tough because losing these properties and then having the comm tower under threat means that not only is Arya down 6k, which is huge, but about to lose the firepower boost, which will make just the standing army so much weaker. This is a good attack in here, and we have the anti-airs to back up the army against these copters. This tank is coming down here to stop the comm tower from falling, which is a good idea. And the Neo tank is still fairly unchecked. So if it wants to, it can kind of hit anything it wants. I know I said anything at once. Ideally, it doesn't end up hitting a copter, but this is definitely a pretty safe spot for it. You kind of have a choice there. You could try and send it up here to take out these harassing units, or you could like try and take out this infantry on the city. That's pretty dangerous because it's kind of moving it very into an exposed position. But I guess it just didn't have great targets there. APC hate continuing even in Advanced Wars by Web. Okay, I like how these units are just falling back. Decides not to try and pull the trigger and trying to take this comm tower. That is a good choice. At this kind of position, the thing that's going to kill you when you are 6k up and you still have a decent sized army is just overextending and then losing your army. So falling back as much as possible is definitely a very good idea. Wait for the reinforcements to arrive. That let the income start to actually do something for you. Whenever there's those big income shifts, multiple cities being captured, you have to keep in mind that while that's like very impactful in the game overall, it takes like 4 or 5 turns before the front lines feel any income difference, which is part of what makes those Sammy Victory March turns where you suddenly go up 10k and then you lose the game. That's why that happens. It's because the income doesn't matter in those fights for quite a while. So it's a good idea to fall back. And right now it's Roro that's waiting for Arya to kind of overextend with this Neo-Tank and just pop it with the bomber, which it looks like is about to happen. I would say that there's a lot of pressure put on Arya right now, so this is almost like a forced thing to do. You just kind of hope that your opponent has somewhat blundered by not building a counter to the Neo-Tank once so many properties have fallen. Because like behind all of this, Arya is getting this property and going for this one. So it's like, just hope that there isn't anything to stop this. In this case, there is. And it's going to be pretty devastating attack. One shot, and then Koal gets the super. The Trail of Woe. Aptly named. Gosh. We get the nice... See, this is what I was talking about with the Koal being used up in the corner. There's some nice roads to attack from here. You know, even over here, we're getting some good road attacks. Road attacks. Tank one-shots anti-air. Neo-Tank is to get involved. Tank. Oh, I guess the infantry can finish it off. And then the mech comes in and hits the poor anti-air. Oh my gosh. The attack just doesn't end. I think this capture doesn't even go through. It does go through. But at what cost? Okay. Well, that was a very strong turn. Arya goes for the overdrive in response here. Does get the city, is able to stop the comm tower from going down, and then resigns. Yeah, this is when you see the 57k unit value, and you get the big sad. Yeah. Trail of Woe free dudes. They weren't free, they just became free. That was very well played. We also got to see the mechs get some really good value. I don't remember what happened to our good mech friend. This guy ran all the way out of ammo. No voters justified. It's true. Arya just went down. Who took out our good mech friend? Oh. Just like that. Very well played. Let's see if I can get through one more. I agree that Koal should get plus 10% firepower in shoals and bridges. 100%. Oh, I don't know if I can get through this next one very quickly, but we'll see. This person has been making waves. So we've got Grimm guy facing Randomwayz in a Grimm mirror. Grimm guy very handily already playing Yellow Comet for me. Good night. Grimm guy match. Okay. Randomwayz. I don't know what tier game this was, but decided to match Grimm versus Grimm on this somewhat awkward map. It's going to be definitely, I imagine, a lot of copters are going to be built here. Tier 0 game, clearly. Random woke up and choose violence. But all of your land units have to go around the mountains and all that fun stuff to try and get into the middle. Copters can fly across. This could potentially be a lander map. You wonder how many of the randoms win because of second turn advantage. I don't know. The second turn advantage is based around the tank timings, right? Okay. Ooh. Instead of finishing this capture, like Grimm guy does, Randomwayz goes for the city skip, which is going to cost a whole tank. Because if this capture was finished, Randomwayz could build a tank next turn. It's not going to cost a whole tank. It just means that next turn there won't be another tank. Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Right now, Randomwayz is deciding whether or not to finish the comm tower. Decides to do so. And we have classic tank chains going on here. So this is something you can do where you just put your tank in a very exposed place. Make sure all of the surrounding tiles are like planes or worse. And be like, you can hit me. Go ahead. And then you have your backup tank to finish them off if they go for the first strike. Then we have a mech built by Randomwayz down here. Recon mech. Well, Grimm recons are really good. They heavily interrupt properties. Oh. Yeah, I was going to say, you just attack in there. There's only one tank to cover. You get to be on really nice terrain. And there's a city to fall back to after you get hit. So we'll see how Grimm guy reacts to this. Does get the comm tower. Backs off. Finishes this capture. Goes for the strike. Get 8-3, which is pretty nice. Brings in these tanks. This one's not in range. This one is in range. Right. So Randomwayz can bring this tank back and then hit this tank. Like so. I'm going to take an infantry to finish it off. We'll see if... I mean, I would probably finish it off. We'll see if Randomwayz goes for it. Because this infantry, of course, can also just go for this capture. It does just go for the capture. Brings this recon up. And now this city, I imagine, is just never going to get captured. Ooh, we have the battle copters coming in to support this tank fight. Okay. Infantry first strike down here. But then finishes this capture. Infantry first strike up here. Yeah, this is why I probably would have... I mean... This is also fine. You do get a city off of this. But I wouldn't like to let my opponent keep that tank. Okay, and we have the infantry moving down here. This guy did get finished off. But it should be fine. Because there's the recon over here. And of course, an infantry to avenge. The recon can plow. And now you can see that Grimm guy is in a whirl of hurt. There's only 3 infantry for this entire right-hand side of the map. And one of them is at 1 HP. Bring the tanks back. They'll be covered by battlecopters, no problem. Decides to strike from the city here. Totally fine. We have the mech on the way. This infantry isn't being nicely covered by anything, but it's okay. Another copter. So Grimm has really strong copters because their defense values are so good against the units that they're strong against, like tanks and infantry, that it doesn't matter that much that they have like 20% less defense, and their defense values are so bad against anti-airs that they get one-shotted or they get one-shotted. That doesn't matter. Grimm guy having the 1 HP infantry, yeah, it's true. Having the blocker is a big deal. But yeah, that's why these Grimm copters are used a lot. The defense doesn't hit them as hard as it does for the other units. Okay, that was a weird move. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I think the idea here is I can sacrifice my 9 health tank to protect my full health tank. I'm not a huge fan of this move, though. I'd rather if the fighting was happening over here. And this means that, I mean, this is really just going to be a 9 health for a 5 health. This anti-air is not protecting this from the copters. And we have the Knuckle Duster. I assume to break through somewhere. One shot and then brings the copter up here as well. Okay. That's a fine move. I'd prefer... I don't know. I mean, it does kill this tank off, and the anti-air is going to be pretty exposed to counterattack after it goes for the copter. It doesn't have a great terrain tile to hit from. It has to be like these two. If you attack from this plains, you'll just get absolutely decimated by the repaired tank and then this copter with no way of supporting it. I think it's probably good because there's the copter chain. So you do kill a tank here, and then the anti-air kills you, and then you can even sacrifice some stuff if you have to kill off the anti-air, and that's the only answer to the copters. So long term, it's going to be really good as well. You can see here, Randomwayz is going to send in some swings here to try and slow down some of these captures. That is, I mean, we'll see. That's only going to matter if by doing that, it like denies the captures long term. Yeah, Random going to win from attrition. Yeah, I mean, having wiped out all of the infantry over here is huge. This is a base light map. So your opponent has to choose between sending vehicles and sending infantry over here. Where if you still have infantry around, you don't have to make that choice. You just keep sending vehicles. Okay, so we'll see if these if these sacrifices mattered. If these can be interrupted, then they'll matter. If they don't get interrupted, then Randomwayz kind of just lost two units. I mean, it's still going to do some economic damage either way. You can see. Very nice for Randomwayz there. And has copter follow-up and tank follow-up. Although this is the last copter for the copter follow-up. So it mattered over here. So this was a very good sacrifice. Because now this gets killed off. This mech is, I guess, doing some zoning against the other infantry. Randomwayz is up 2k here, which is really good. And I don't see a good way, a way for Grimm guy to make that money up. Has to send this tank in here. Does get that hit. Has 1 infantry on the way. Wraps around to finish off this guy. Then goes for this capture. Then goes for this capture. I don't like these captures, but I think Grimm guy is feeling like they have to go for them. They're really not very well protected. Okay, this is very important to make sure that the copters are chained together. Otherwise, you just lose copters for free. You can see Grimm copter versus Grimm copter is brutal. Habits mentioned the better infantry capture route, I think, due to being player 2. Okay. Putting pressure over here. Lets this property go through, though. That's pretty interesting. These copters are not guarding for each other, unfortunately. So this copter's gonna die. I don't think Grimm guy has used a power yet. Oh, there we go. Interesting. Kills it off. That doesn't take it. So far, these don't need powers. That one technically benefits from the power. That one definitely benefited from the power. Okay, I really don't like that Grimm guy power. I think that was the only attack that really mattered. Very weird. Randomwayz is gonna have a much better power here. There's lots of attacks that are available. Maybe not. Maybe it's just gonna be 2 infantry swings. Sure. Okay. I'm not sure what's going on with their powers, but that's fine. You actually misclicked. Gotcha. Maybe Grimm guy also misclicked. You guys both, at least your power had 2 infantry attacks instead of just the 1. Home play is hard. Home play is hard. Gentleman's agreement. Yeah. Well, the mech hasn't been doing anything combat-wise, but it might have been doing something to mess with Grimm guy's reinforcements. It might be like, well, I don't really want to send a tank down here to fight a bunch of infantry guarded by a mech. But it hasn't attacked yet, although it might do so here. Okay. This capture is continuing. I don't think Grimm guy needed to interrupt this either. I don't know what's going on with that, but that's okay. Making sure to stay out of copter range. We do have an anti-air on the way for Randomwayz. We have infantry zoning infantry up here. We have a copter strike on this tank. Oh. Very aggressive turn here. Grimm guy's charging in. So there's only 1 copter in range right now for Randomwayz. But it's gonna kind of be fine because there's anti-air covering, so this copter dies, and then Grimm guy doesn't have a great way of answering that. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, there's not like a tank can break through and hit this anti-air. But I guess what this does allow, there's some attacks over here. It does allow Grimm Guy to try and go for some other properties. Randomwayz decides to sacrifice a tank here, it looks like. I mean, it does have some backup to stop this capture. Okay. Grimm Guy decides to stop that capture, bring these copters up. 2 copters beat 1 copter is the idea there. And then this capture gets restarted. If that finishes, then really bad tank sacrifice. You can see how much pressure is being put on the copter count for both players. As soon as you fall behind on the copter count and like any anti-air department, then all of your tanks will just vanish. $17K permits tank copter infantry spam. That's true. Okay, so this capture goes through. So that ends up being a pretty bad tank sacrifice. Although there is damage based done off of the units that attacked, so it's not that bad. It looks like it's going to be effectively a kind of a tank for a tank kind of deal. Interestingly, that these... I really don't like that copter attack that Grimm Guy went for here. So attacking down here into these copters... Really, Randomwayz just has it set up very nicely that any attack that Grimm Guy decides to go into is just going to end up being really bad, because these backwards copters now get to be involved, and Randomwayz just has more copters than Grimm Guy does. So, like so. Now there's basically nothing that Grimm Guy is going to be able to do in the center. Kind of forever behind in the copter production now. And then, yeah, Grimm Guy resigns. I don't think there's anything you can do there. So very well done, Randomwayz. Definitely understood the matchup. I think maybe this attack over here wasn't great, but very good control on the right-hand side, and definitely shows off the importance of copters. Randomwayz, the Grimmer guy. This mech didn't, I don't think, ever end up attacking, but it is a deterrent, and a pretty inexpensive one. I don't think Grimm Guy had a power that was good that game. It's really weird. It probably just is a sign of how good Randomwayz's positioning was. Yeah. Now the only power Grimm Guy used in those 18 turns was this one. No, was this one. That doesn't need the power. This also gives up this capture to do this, which I really don't like. It's not needed. Is it needed? Is this could have completed? 1, 2, 3. I guess you have to do these 2 tanks clear the way, hit the copter. But that's always going to kill. I'm pretty sure. So this is the only attack that mattered with that power. Oh no, and this one down here. Very weird. You had the chance to insta win if you killed the first tank early. Didn't you have a chance? You could have killed it though. I mean, going for the property is fine. Yeah, you have the finish off attack. But I agree. If you had gotten this kill without even having to use this infantry, then like what do you even do? You get to hit this tank, they retreat, and they get covered by the battlecopter, and it's over. I agree. I mean, you can see how quickly Randomwayz goes into copters here. And it definitely pays off. Grimm guy's kind of forced to always be responding with copters, and you never get the copter lead. And part of that's just going to come down to the money situation that Randomwayz puts Grimm guy in. So very well done. And we're over 4 hours. So I will leave you all with an apple. And I hope you enjoyed. I hope you enjoyed the guest commentary from Mr. Greensuit. Even if it was definitely a little harsh sometimes. That's how it be sometimes, though. Yep. Good night.